All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Mr. Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number KCBC 2010-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Thaçi, Kadir Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Kasnici. Thank you, Your Honors.
For the record, I note that all the accused are present in the courtroom today. Today, we will continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W02183. Before the witness is brought in, the panel will issue an oral order on filing F02837. The SBO submitted that granting the request for video conference testimony would ensure the witness's health and well-being, facilitate the expeditiousness of the proceedings, and would not be prejudicial to the accused. In their oral submissions yesterday, the various defense teams for the accused indicated that they did not object to the granting of video conference testimony for W02714. The registry confirmed the feasibility of conducting the testimony of 2714 via video link in correspondence 713. The trial panel recalls that while video conference testimony should not be considered only on an exceptional basis, the presence in the courtroom of a witness during testimony remains the preferred option. The panel also considered the witness's health situation and is satisfied that the witness's personal situation warrants his testimony via video conference. The panel also considered the fact that the defense does not oppose the request for video conference testimony. The panel is satisfied that allowing W02714 to testify via video conference will not result in undue prejudice to the accused, as the defense will remain fully able to cross-examine the witness. The panel is also satisfied that receiving W02714's testimony via video conference will contribute to the expeditious conduct of the proceedings. For these reasons, the panel grants the SBO's request in F02837 and authorizes W02714's testimony to take place via video conference in accordance with Rule 144. This concludes the panel's oral order. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in.
Mr. President, good morning.
Good morning.
While we're waiting for the witness, I would like to tender two documents that I used at the conclusion of yesterday's testimony.
Hold on just a second. All right.
The first is DHT 04111 to DHT 04113, a Guardian article of 9 August 1999.
Yes, I have that as not yet being offered. Do you have an objection?
No, Your Honor.
DHT 04111 to DHT 04113 is admitted. Please assign a number.
Thank you, Your Honor. It will be assigned exhibit number 1D00238, and it's classified as public. Thank you.
Thank you. The next document is DHT 04153 to DHT 04157, a press briefing by former acting Special Representative DeMello.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
DHT 04153 to 04157 is admitted.
This will be assigned exhibit number 1D00239, classified as public. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Strohmeyer.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I remind you to please try to answer the questions this morning clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. And if you feel the need to take a break, please let us know and we will accommodate you. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth, as stated by you in your solemn declaration yesterday. I also remind you that the assurances provided to you on Thursday by the panel I'm sorry, that's shouldn't be in there. So are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Misitich still has the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning again,
Morning.
Mr. Strohmeyer. Mr. Court Officer, could we please have Exhibit P 1968, please, at paragraph 70, page 18. Mr. Strohmeyer, we're going to pull up your statement again, and the next topic for my examination is the Kosovo Transitional Council, which you discuss in your witness statement. You see paragraph 70 there. You say that Mr. Thaçi, with respect to the Kosovo Transitional Council, put forward only names of KLA members and that he was, quote, not concerned about being inclusive and he did not want to include Serbs or other minorities and even minimize the influence of other Kosovar Albanian groups like the LDK. Do you see that?
And just if you're just reading it. Yeah.
Okay. First, as a preliminary matter, the Kosovo Transitional Council, it was comprised of various political parties and ethnic communities in Kosovo, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall that we'll call it the KTC, on the KTC, as well as the KTC, there were also representatives of UNMIK and KFOR, correct?
On the
On the KTC.
that I don't even remember.
Okay.
Anymore.
Do you recall that on the KTC there were to be 9 representatives of the Kosovo Albanian community?
I mean, multiple, yes. I mean, not only
Okay.
one, yeah.
I'd like to take, if we could keep the English version of your statement on the right-hand side, and I'd like to call up DHT 04951 to DHT 04954, please. And this is an article authored by a well-known author in the Balkans, Laura Rosen, titled The Short Unhappy Return of Ibrahim Rugova, dated 16 July 1999. And if we could turn to page 2, please. And if we could see the paragraph that begins, Rugova and his allies are refusing to participate in the UN-backed Transitional Council unless they get more seats than the other key political forces in Kosovo, particularly the KLA and the rival LBD party. That position conflicts with the agreement struck at the failed Rambouillet peace talks in France on February 23rd. There, Rugova agreed that his LDK party, the KLA, the LBD party, and 2 independent journalists would each get 2 seats in a provisional government that would govern until elections are held, and that would be led by 30-year-old KLA leader Hashim Thaçi as prime minister. Now Rugova's party is demanding that his LDK party get a 3rd seat and has boycotted international talks to form a Kosovo provisional government until he gets it. UN administrators in Kosovo increasingly consider Rugova and his close allies a nuisance. Please, if you have an opportunity, tell a close Rugova ally to stop obstructing the formation of the Transitional Council, one frustrated UN advisor told a reporter last week in Pristina. The UN will simply go on without the LDK and Rugova if it keeps up. And then a quote from Mr. Kushner. I am sad that the LDK has chosen not to participate in that first meeting, said Bernard Kouchner, the former French health minister and founder of Doctors Without Borders. And then it continues that he chaired the meeting at UNMIK at the opening of the meeting Friday, which Rugova boycotted. Quote, they are unhappy about the current composition of the council. Now, does this refresh your recollection that it was Mr. Rugova and the LDK that was boycotting the KTC because it wanted to have more representation in the KTC than the KLA, correct?
I believe that's correct. Yeah, I don't have a clear memory of that, but yeah.
Okay. As an aside, if we turn to page 3 of this article, scroll down a bit. Yes, right at the bottom. It says, but on Thursday, this is talking about Mr. Rugova's return to Kosovo, but on Thursday, Rugova, looking tanned and fit in a crisp white shirt and tie and business suit, declared that he still considers himself president of Kosovo. Yes, I am president, Rugova said upon his arrival in Pristina, accompanied by Christopher Hill. I'm very happy to be back in free Kosovo. Do you recall whether whether UNMIK acknowledged Mr. Rugova a status of president of Kosovo, or was he also ignoring 1244?
You mean around that return visit of Mr. Rugova?
Yes, it's clear.
Look, if you're asking me whether I have any concrete recollection whether anyone referred to him as President Rugova, I don't. I mean, I believe the fact that we were pushing for Mr. Rugova to join the KTC testifies to the fact that we were asking him to play by the same rules that we were asking everyone to play, namely by the rules of 1244.
Yes, but the reason that he and the LDK didn't participate is because they were boycotting the KTC, correct?
That's, I mean, as I said, I don't have very concrete memory, but yes, I mean, that seems to be the case.
Okay. And the way the UN, UNMIK itself, allocated the seats initially for representatives of the Kosovo Albanian community, as you can see in the article, was based on the agreement to form the provisional government in February But you don't have a recollection of that, correct?
I wasn't really involved. I mean, I was sort of course, the dynamics leading up to the KTC, and I think I was at the first KTC meeting, but I wasn't really very intimately involved in the development of the KTC or the.
Well, but as legal advisor, wouldn't you have had a role in how the executive, how the KTC would be set up?
Maybe I should have, in addition to all the other jobs that I already had as legal advisor. But the reality is that this was more of a driven more by our political department. But I'm not saying that I was excluded from this, but I didn't have a central role in the establishment of the KTC.
Okay. Mr. President, I tender the article into evidence.
Any objection to the article?
No, Your Honor.
DHT 04951 to DHT 04954 is admitted.
And will be assigned exhibit number 1D00240, classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Now, if we could, on the right-hand side, turn the page, please. Or sorry, keep it at 71. It says you were shown a code cable dated 3 July 1999, which are notes of a meeting on 30 June 1999 between the SRSG and Albanian representatives, including Hashim Thaçi and Jakub Krasniqi. And if we turn the page, please. It says Thaçi did not want the KTC at first, but he accepted it and tried to control it by bringing his people on board. I believe that by making himself a prominent member of the KTC, Thaçi sought to place himself as a frontrunner to lead Kosovo when the KTC evolved into the next stage. Now, if we turn actually to the document that you were shown, that you're commenting on in that paragraph, if we could go, please, on the left-hand side to Exhibit P 1975, document not to be broadcast to the public, please.
Your Honor, to discuss this document, could we maybe move to private session?
I'm not sure why we need to go to private session.
What is the reason?
There's Rule 107 conditions regarding the use of this document.
Into private session, please.
Your Honors, we are in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Strohmeyer, now we've talked about the demobilization agreement, and I'd like to turn to one specific provision in the agreement, which is if we could go to P01444, please.
If I may have a clarification, would you like to have it broadcasted next to the...
Yes, please.
Perfect, thanks.
Now, if we could go to, I believe it should be the last page, 078204. Yes. This is paragraph 25 of the agreement. Take a look at it. Have you seen, do you recall that provision in the agreement? Sorry, not agreement, the undertaking?
Yes, I mean, I've just read it now, yeah.
You've read it. Were you aware of that provision before you read it now?
I assume I was at the time. I wouldn't, if you had asked me about this 5 minutes ago, I wouldn't have remembered.
Okay. So there was a provision in the undertaking where the KLA specifically says that it's making the undertaking, but that it's asking for consideration to be made for, among other things, inclusion of UCK members into the police forces and the formation of an army in Kosovo on the lines of the U.S. National Guard, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if we could turn on the left-hand side again to 1D00210, please. This is a New York Times article reporting on the fact that the undertaking had been signed. And the headline is, Crisis in the Balkans, the overview, NATO to consider letting Kosovars set up new army. And if we scroll down, the first paragraph says, the agreement reached early today to disband the Kosovo Liberation Army included, at the insistence of its commanders, a pledge by the NATO allies to consider letting the rebels form a provisional army for Kosovo modeled on the National Guard in the United States. If we go to page 2, it's towards the middle. In that paragraph that starts, what to do, in the middle, there's a sentence that begins, but even some NATO allies, particularly Germany, opposed including the pledge in the final document. The objections from NATO's political arm delayed its approval and signing until the early hours of this morning, even though rebel commanders and NATO military officials had reached agreement late Saturday night, toasting it with Bushmills Irish whiskey at General Cheku's wartime home in the mountains of central Kosovo. Germany relented only after Secretary of State Madeleine K. Albright met the German Foreign Minister Joschka Fischer over dinner on Sunday night at the conference of the major industrial powers in Cologne and explained that the rebel leaders would not agree to disarm unless the agreement included the provision. If we go to page 5 of the document, please. Paragraph that begins, in fact, in the middle,
Yeah.
that part of the agreement proved to be the final obstacle in talks that began on the military level in Albania on Tuesday and continued straight through Saturday when Mr. Thaçi became involved as the rebels' quote, commander-in-chief, close quote. The paragraph dealing with an army was repeatedly inserted and taken out until NATO's negotiators realized that the rebels would not agree without it. We had to show them respect, the senior diplomat said. These are fighters who have been through a lot. With the concessions, the rebel leaders clearly were pleased with the agreement, even though for now it means handing over their weapons to NATO. The KLA has been fighting to achieve what we achieved today, Mr. Thaçi said. Now, pausing for the interpreters for a minute. Now, Mr. Strohmeyer, all of this is published in the New York Times, so hence it's known all over the world that the KLA would not sign the undertaking unless that provision was included in the agreement. You would have known this at the time, correct?
I assume, yeah.
Okay. It was understood that the KLA would continue to pursue these goals after the signing of the agreement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. President, I need to go into private session due to Rule 107 restrictions.
Into private session, please, Mr. Court Officer.
Your Honor, we are in public session. Thank you.
Take a 10-minute break at this time. 10-minute break, please, witness.
Your Honor, could we have an indication of the cross-examination so that we know
I'm
when?
about to do that, yes.
Yes. I have 3 pages left, Mr. President.
Okay,
I
we've been
will
about
finish.
4.5 hours
I know.
so far.
I'm finishing before 11 o'clock. And we've talked to the other defense team, so we shouldn't be off schedule in terms of the overall defense estimates.
Okay,
Thank you.
we're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. All right, Mr. Mistich, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, could we go into private session, please? For Rule 107 restrictions.
Please take us into private session.
Your Honors, we're in public session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Strohmeyer, at page 9 of your preparation note 1, which is P1969, you say that you never saw Mr. Thaçi give an order to General Cecu, correct?
That's the note that was just
Yes.
done a few days ago, right?
Yes.
Yes,
That is correct, isn't it?
that is correct.
Okay. And you never saw Mr. Thaçi give an order to anyone in the KLA, correct?
I mean, I have no recollection of whether ever yes or ever no, you know. I mean,
You don't recall?
That I don't recall.
Yes, okay. Now,
But in front of me, I never saw him give orders that would infer sort of a commander or recipient of orders relationship. I've been asked about this several times because Mr. Thaçi didn't attend the JIC meetings. And so I think the only meeting, or one or two meetings that I had with both of them together where I could have observed this were those meetings around the beginning of July, and I did not see that.
okay, thank you. In one of the preparation notes from last week, at paragraph 3, preparation note 2, you say, quote, UNMIK learnt who was the go-to person, and that was Cecu on the military side and Thaçi on the political side. Is that correct?
That was my practical sort of perception, recollection for political matters would go to him, and for these undertaking and JIC matters, we went we thought that Mr. Cecu was the go-to person.
Okay.
I mean, if I could just qualify, I mean, I think in our minds there was, I mean, without this being expressed through orders or whatever it is, but there was a hierarchy. I mean, I do think, broadly speaking, if you had taken a poll, let's say, around UNMIK, who is the key person in the KLA, everyone would have said Mr. Thaçi.
Yeah, but we're not interested in polls here.
No, I'm just
yeah.
giving you the reflection of the time.
Right. I'm just interested in what you
impression.
saw, heard,
Yeah.
observed.
Exactly.
Now, my final topic, Mr. President, you'll be happy to hear, needs to be in private session due to Rule 107 restrictions.
All right, back into private session.
Your Honors, we're in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Strohmeyer, I thank you for answering my questions. That concludes my cross-examination, and I thank the panel for its indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dixon?
Thank you, Your Honours. Good morning, Mr. Strohmeyer. My name is Rodney Dixon. I act on behalf of Mr. Kadri Vasili, and I have a few questions for you. I hope they can be done swiftly. I'd urge you to try and answer with whether you agree with what I'm saying or not, and I think we can move through it then as rapidly as possible. I wanted to start with what you had said in your preparation note 2, and this is at paragraph 21. It doesn't have to be brought up, but do you recall saying that you do not remember whether you met Mr. Kadri Vasili or what his role was?
Correct. I mean, at least from today's point of view, I don't have any recollection.
Yes. So can we take it that you don't recall having any meetings with him when you were in Kosovo or telling him anything? Is that right?
I mean, that's as of this moment, that's my recollection. I wouldn't know.
Yes, thank you. You may know this or you may not, but General Jackson gave a statement. I'll leave it at that, and simply, we don't have to call it up, indicate what he said about Mr. Vasili, and this is at paragraph 70 for those following. He said, "I do not have any recollection of interactions with Kadri Vasili or ZKZ/Shik." Do you know, from what you can recall now, whether he ever said anything to you about Mr. Vasili?
You mean General Jackson?
Yes.
No, I don't recall that.
Yes. So can we agree then that from both the civilian and the military side, it is correct that there was no contact with Mr. Vasili at this time when you were there? Is that how you remember it?
Well, I can only speak to myself. I don't know whether others had information from the civilian side, but as for myself, as I said before, I don't remember, I have no recollection of any interaction with Mr. Vasili.
Yes, thank you. Now, there is evidence in the case, and I'm not going to ask you to comment on that, and this is for those following at 2D00018, that Mr. Vasili was abroad, outside of Kosovo for much of this time. Were you aware, looking back now, that he was outside of Kosovo for much of this time?
Because I didn't, really have any, in my recollection, I didn't probably know even who Mr. Vasili was at the time, so that's why I didn't really care about whether he was inside, outside, or any. I just didn't. This was a non-issue, non-entity for me in a way.
Yes, thank you. Well, could I then ask this, whether you were aware at the time, you may not be able to say, or maybe you can answer it in general terms, that there were intelligence meetings happening abroad between national intelligence from Kosovo and national intelligence services from other countries, both on the civilian side, to assist with setting up a national intelligence structure inside Kosovo. So much the same as what UNMIK was doing on the civilian side in Kosovo, there was also a similar process going on for intelligence, but that was outside of the country.
Objection, Foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I have no recollection of that. I have no recollection of either the fact that an intelligence capacity outside of UNMIK was being set up, nor do I have any recollection of or have been privy to conversations of certain member states helping or supporting such effort.
Yes, very well. Would you agree, though, from your experience in the UN and common experience dealing with these post-conflict situations, that it is important for national intelligence services to be working together, both those who are in country and outside, to look to be able to have proper intelligence services that can get information to help keep the country secure and prevent conflict re-emerging.
Objection, speculation, and argumentative.
I'm asking from his experience whether he's seen this before.
First, let's have the predicate find out if he's had any experience with it.
Yes.
Just to clarify, if I may, you mean countries outside of Kosovo in this, international member states. So
Yes.
it's we assume that that's the case, and I have to say I don't want to go into details, but for example, in East Timor, we would work closely with Australia, and they definitely had information that wasn't just that went beyond sort of our civilian observations. So we assume, and in other cases, I may have our. I remember in Sudan, for example, I was very much involved with the intelligence services on all sides. So I have full understanding that there are intelligence operations happening while we were there.
Thank you.
That was just a general assumption. That's what we assume, that these types of things happen without drawing any specific conclusions from it or not. But it may, if I may, it may sometimes help to design or fashion your approach to a certain country. So if you have a country where you assume that they have a more active intelligence service, or they would have details or assets on the ground, you would probably go and check certain occurrences or certain things with them, not necessarily with their intelligence people, but with the ambassador or with the embassy staff to say, do you have information on this? What is your impression? So because we assume that they have sometimes a better handle on the situation than we have. And I think I also read it somewhere, we were struggling not only with the setup of UNMIC overall, with the civilian capacity, but we also lacked that genuine information capacity and consolidation capacity, that intelligence capacity of our own for a long time. So that's why we probably would have approached member states that we assumed had information that was superior to ours,
Yes, and from your experience again, is it right that in these post-conflict circumstances, and in Kosovo as well, having a properly trained and robust intelligence service in the future is a critical part of ensuring security and stability for the country going forward?
You now mean a genuine sort of Kosovo intelligence service?
So a national civilian intelligence service.
I mean, if I can be very honest, I didn't think about that. But if let's say you look at Kosovo today as an independent country, most definitely, a country requires also an intelligence service. If you ask me now specifically of whether they should have had their own intelligence service at the time that UNMIC was there and setting up under 1244 the administration, I would have said no, because that is an institution that is parallel to what we were trying to do.
And in fact, you didn't come across any national civilian intelligence service in Kosovo when you were there?
Not personally, no.
Can I then move on to ask a few more general questions? If we can go to paragraph 20 of your statement, that's P1968. We can put that up on the screen if that helps. is paragraph 20, please. And it's in the middle of the paragraph there where you say early on there was enormous pressure to deal with the law and order vacuum, and in particular with people being arrested by KFOR. The UN had no significant institutional expertise or experience in setting up judicial systems at that time. There were no dedicated judicial capacities, rosters, or blueprints to draw from. Would you agree with me from your experience there at the time that it indeed was a very challenging and demanding task to set up a police force that could investigate and bring cases to court from scratch?
Absolutely.
And you weren't having to deal with hostilities at the time. You weren't having to fight off anyone. You had the sole ability to focus on this issue, and yet it was still very demanding. Is that right?
I mean, in the first few weeks, we described the situation. I wouldn't say that there were hostilities, but it was not as if I could just sit all day in my office and work on plans and blueprints. I mean, we did have to react to a situation. I think that's what I'm trying to make clear at the beginning of paragraph 20. I mean, and if I may say, we encountered a very, very similar situation in East Timor later, where the Australian Interfed at that time, sort of comparable force to the role that KFOR played here, also immediately came and said, we've made arrests for whatever reasons. We are not mandated to prosecute or perform law and order functions. Where are you? What are you doing? So in these both transitional administrations, from the get-go, from the first day, it was not just about developing that system, but also reacting to arrests and realities on the ground.
Yeah, so you had to do it very much on an ad hoc basis and over time try and develop the system, but you couldn't set it up from day one. That's right, isn't it?
It's correct. And so the ad hoc is exactly what is reflected in these emergency decrees, probably far from perfect, but we wanted to, number one, react to the refusal in a way of NATO to perform these functions, which operationally I understand very well. At the same time, we wanted to, because as I said in some discussion, our entire project as the UN, as UNMIC, as 1244, was to bring sort of an administration there that is about transparency, that is rule-based and so on. And so we wanted to, from the get-go, demonstrate if arrests were being made, regardless of who was being arrested, that we would provide a measure of due process and transparency. So what you call ad hoc would connect best with this ambition to offer some measure of due process as early as we could.
Yes, and it's right. I don't think we need to go to this part in your statement because it's uncontroversial that you say here in paragraph 12, never before had the UN been given such wide-ranging executive powers and responsibilities over a territory. This was unprecedented. You were really there to take responsibility for everything.
Yes, I mean, Sergio would always refer to me as, in German, as his Bundesminister, you know. So his Minister of Justice, which I sort of didn't like very much, but I mean, that was the de facto the situation.
And you go on, once again, we don't have to go there, to say that it was actually unlawful for the KLA to be forming police units or executing any police functions. This is at paragraph 34. That was because you had the sole responsibility for undertaking all of these functions, investigating and prosecuting at the time.
And you meaning UNMIC?
UNMIC, yes.
Under Resolution 1244, yes.
Precisely. So it was something that, whether it was the KLA or the LDK FARC, that you forbid, that they could not be involved in conducting any investigations themselves. Is that right?
That's correct. That was our understanding. In fact, if I may just add, while we were setting up the police service, one of the major delays and problems were that while we had countries who were willing to provide police officers sort of at an observation level or as a Chapter 6 police force, the executive mandate, the fact that an international a person not from Kosovo had to carry arms and perform an executive mandate, meaning could have used force or could have used their gun, was a major hindrance for many states to initially to provide police personnel into the street. So it was that executive element that we had to defend every single day, while we were not in a way getting adequate support from the member state, the membership more broadly, to actually perform that mandate.
Yes, these are the difficulties that you've highlighted already. Can I then go back to paragraph 20 again, if that can be put up so we can see that?
I have it in front.
It should still be there. Yes. You say here, while Serbia did play a major role in the violent events following the breakup of Yugoslavia, of course, no group of people are really bad guy per se. So you rightly identify here that in your role, particularly as the UN, one should not make sweeping generalizations about groups. It really should be done, should it not, on the basis of the evidence or on a case-by-case basis.
Yes, I mean, in this context, there was also a specific experience that as I mentioned here, from Bosnia. I mean, I have to say, when I came to Bosnia, the atmosphere was not dissimilar, at least in Sarajevo. That people tended to be quicker in condemning Serbs, and while there were many problems there and individuals, you would also always encounter people you could work with and who would very much subscribe and hope for the same conditions that we wanted to create. So that's in a way the sentiment that I wanted to bring out here.
Yes, and rightly so. And it would then surely apply equally to the Kosovo Albanians. One couldn't generalize about them as a group and the KLA or any other body. You had to look at it based on the evidence. Isn't that the right approach to be following?
As I stated, I think yesterday in response to one of the questions, I mean, my impression, in fact, was not, from my vantage point in those early weeks, that we were encountering sort of a Kosovo population, civilian population, that was out for revenge and bloodthirsty and just going for any occasion. That was not my impression. I mean, those things existed, but so I think I've hopefully at least qualified this. That's my general attitude. There are no per se bad guys in any of these conflicts.
And one has to proceed cautiously when deciding whether to point the finger here or there. One has to surely base it on very clear evidence.
Presumably, yes.
Johannes, perhaps that is an appropriate time, because I have a few documents to go into, which I can do after the break, and I won't be longer than about 15 minutes.
We'll give you a half-hour break at this time.
Okay, thank you.
We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in.
Thank you, Your Honours. Could we please call up P743.4? Mr. Sharma, just so you know that this is the foreword that you were shown yesterday to Sandra Mitchell's report, as seen, as told. It's the foreword by Mr. Kushner. You were shown a part of it yesterday regarding individuals committing the alleged crimes, not as a policy. I wanted to refer you to another part of that foreword to get your response to that. And if we could go for that purpose to 076682, which is the first page of the foreword, and if you could go to the paragraph at the bottom, starting in many of the cases. It's even highlighted. If I can just read that out for you, Mr. Sharma, while you go through it. In many of the cases documented by the OSCE in this report, this is the report by the Director of Human Rights, Sandra Mitchell, there are serious indications that the perpetrators of human rights violations are either members of the former UCK, people passing themselves off as members of the former UCK, or members of other armed Albanian groups. In other cases, the alleged perpetrators are members of Serb armed forces. In many cases, it has been so far impossible to identify exactly those responsible. Whatever their identity, these armed groups seem to operate in an organized fashion and have some form of hierarchy, command, and control. Therefore, it is incumbent on those holding positions of influence in all of Kosovo's communities to condemn human rights violations and their perpetrators. It is up to us, representatives of the international community, to reinforce this message. Do you see that there?
Yeah, I mean, I saw the highlighted, the last part is...
It's
no
over the
problem,
page.
but I understood. I understood.
As well.
Yeah.
The
Mr.
part
Dixon,
I read.
you're talking over each other.
Sorry about that, Your Honours. If we could just go over the page as well, so you can see the end part about the international community.
Yes, thank you.
Now, just so that you have the full picture, this particular forward was also shown to Sandra Mitchell when she testified, and that's at page 10857 for those following, and she agreed with that assessment of Mr. Kuchner. So my question to you is, from what you know, from what you recall at the time, is this an accurate assessment of the situation where it is outlined that there are various potential groupings that could be responsible for violations, and that in many cases it was not known who exactly was responsible?
If I remember correctly from yesterday, this is a November report, right?
Yes.
So, and I do think it is important to understand that our understanding, and it goes to your earlier question on the intelligence capacity and so on. So the longer we were on the ground, the more of a refined understanding did we have. And I do think that this may very well reflect accurately the situation throughout, but it is something that was probably clearer in November than it presented itself to us in June or July.
So can I just clarify then from your answer, you accept that what this reflects is an accurate assessment of the situation over the whole period, starting from June, going up to November when this was written. It covers the entire period.
Well, I cannot say that, but what I can say is that when this was written, this may very well have been the assessment, the judgment passed on the entire period, because we had more information, more granularity to our information. The way it presented itself to us in June, or at least to me, in June and early July, particularly in those first 6 weeks that I was there, or 5 weeks, the situation was not as clear as it is now articulated here.
Yes, but you would accept what is there is the accurate position, because the OSCE was in fact investigating these cases and getting evidence to substantiate its findings.
Well, I cannot say that. I mean, that's not my call. I can only say what I saw, and as I said, my perception, our perception at the beginning was not as would not reflect exactly this situation, which is more balanced, more granular. But I appreciate that in hindsight, which I didn't have at the time, in hindsight, this may have been the accurate interpretation of events throughout.
Yeah, so with the benefit of hindsight and looking at all the relevant evidence, you would agree that this presents an accurate assessment as set out here?
Objection, asked and answer.
Sustained.
Well, can I ask it this way? Now that you've had an opportunity with hindsight to look at everything, would you agree then that it was an overreach to say that all of the crimes were committed by the KLA? In fact, there were a range of groupings that were potential perpetrators, and in many cases, it was unknown who the perpetrators were.
Objection, Foundation.
Well, the Foundation is the
If he has
document I've shown.
if he has an opinion on that, he can state it.
I would like to just repeat what I said before. I mean, I can testify to what I saw and the conclusions and the impressions that we had. This is an assessment, as I said, that was undertaken over the course with more information later on. I wasn't there. I have no contribution to this, and I don't think it's my call to judge whether this is accurate or more accurate than what we observed. What I can attest to is the impression and the conclusions that we drew from some of the facts as they presented themselves to us, or at least to me, in the first few weeks.
And you would agree with me then, as you've just referred to here, it was really an impressionistic assessment. It wasn't based on you conducting any of your own individual investigations into cases, was it?
No, I never personally conducted investigations. Human rights cases at the time were primarily followed up by Sandra Mitchell's department of the OSCE. And then we, of course, set up these panels and the nucleus of a judicial process to follow up and ascertain whether these whether some of these things were correct or not. And so, if you will, and it goes back to the very first point, Mr. Defense Counsel, on intelligence services, we had very clearly incomplete intelligence in the first few weeks. And in that case, a lot of it was based on conversations that we had, on reports that would read, but I don't think that many people or anyone had a full, complete picture. So as things evolved over weeks, and that's why I keep on saying everything matters, we understood each other, we understood the actors better, we also understood the points, as Mr. Kushner said it before, that may have been technically suggesting a certain way forward, but politically needed to be addressed differently. So although it was only maybe 3 or 4 months later, that was a long time in the setup phase of Kosovo, and that's why one could arrive at a more informed and more granular understanding of the situation.
Yes, I follow that. Thank you. That document can be taken down. It's already in evidence, the entire forward. I do want to then go into one final topic regarding the laws, which you've touched on. And just to bring up on the right-hand side, your statement at paragraph 60 and 61 on this. And then on the left-hand side, if we could have DKV 1641 to 1658. Mr. Stromer, this is a report by Professor Mark Weller, who you might know, on the laws in Kosovo. It's called The Crisis in Kosovo, 1989 to 1999. I'll ask you some questions about it now, but let's look at your statement first. Yes, that's Professor Mark Weller's report there. And then your statement, paragraph 60 and 61 on the right side. If we can go to the end of paragraph 60 first. Here you're talking about revenge, which you've mentioned before, and you say this would have also gone against the basic approach of peaceful resistance advocated by Rugova and supported by many Kosovars. And you go on to say, against this backdrop, it was quite tangible that the KLA took a far more aggressive stance towards assuming power in Kosovo and turning Kosovo into a Kosovo for Kosovars only place. And you then go on in 61 to talk about the laws and how Kosovo Albanians could not accept the then applicable law, which they viewed as the law of the Serb occupiers. In my experience, most criminal laws are fairly similar, except for a few key provisions that needed change or deletion. But for the KLA, the idea of using the existing criminal code was not even negotiable. And you go on further down to say, for them, it was all about putting a Kosovo label on it, which was a very important cause. Now, if we can go over, bearing that in mind, to what Professor Weller has written. Do you know of him? He has served as a legal advisor in the UN, including in Syria, where you have worked, and is regarded as an expert mediator in the UN as well. Do you know that?
I don't recall. I don't think I know him.
Okay. If we can go in that to PDF page 16, and it's a heading, substantive findings. This is after he's examined a number of the applicable laws in Kosovo.
May I just ask you, sorry for interrupting, may I just ask you what's the date of his article? Or
It's 1999.
Okay.
So he refers to a number of laws going up until March 1999. We'll see in the index that we've just gone through. So substantive findings, he says there at the top, if you can just read that, the direct and unsubtle nature of Yugoslav Serb action in Kosovo remains startling. When committing grave crimes against humanity in Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, the leadership in Belgrade had attempted to cloak its actions in rather implausible denials. But in relation to Kosovo, repression was conducted very much officially and under a veritable legislative program. Serbia had formally established the purported new and subordinated status of Kosovo in constitutional law. It had also downgraded the ethnic Albanian majority in Kosovo from a nationality to a minority. More than that, many of the openly discriminatory practices applied to the territory were contained in formal acts of legislation. And he goes on to say this included decisions where individuals could be removed from positions of responsibility in commercial enterprises. And then the next heading below that, general discrimination. There, if you read through that, he refers to a number of decisions taken by the UN, the Special Rapporteurs, the UN General Assembly, the Commission on Human Rights, and the committee attached to the Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, all which condemned the application of those laws in Kosovo. Do you see that there? And then there are lots of examples given. I'm not going to go through the whole list. Arbitrary arrests, torture are mentioned in the following pages. Now, I want to find out whether you were aware when you went into Kosovo of the position that the UN Special Rapporteurs, the committees, had taken on the law that applied in Kosovo at the time.
I couldn't say that I had a detailed knowledge of this, but I was, at the very beginning when I worked in Bosnia, I was a member of the staff of the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in the former Yugoslavia, Madame Ren. And so we would also read snippets of reports on Kosovo because she would monitor the entirety of the former Yugoslavia and not only Bosnia. So I had some idea and some knowledge, but not to the level of detail that Mr. Weller expresses in his article. However, after the meeting I had with Mr. Thaçi, and he explained, I think we had two meetings, and I think the second one, in the end, the conclusion was that we would have some kind of a round table, at least that's my recollection. And so in the lead up to that and around that and after this, I worked with some of the Kosovo Albanian lawyers who conveyed a much more detailed understanding. And so that's what I was referring to earlier. That then led to quite some discussion between us in the mission, me as the legal advisor, with headquarters, United Nations, where I think when we initially approached this subject of the applicable law, we were maybe looking at it much more from sort of as I think also is expressed in my statement, from a criminal procedure kind of point, and we thought that we could weed out the non-applicable provisions through human rights, European human rights law and so on. But once we understood much more the profound sense of discrimination and everything else from this, as I also said before, I did understand that people had found it difficult to accept this. And so then it was explained to us that this was, at the end of the day, an issue that was related to the status and the conversations around the status of Kosovo, whether this was still a part of Serbia, so that the those laws had to continue to apply, or whether it was an entity that was different of its own and could have its own body of law. That's broadly how I remember the conversations going.
But it's correct, isn't it, that it wasn't just the KLA that were saying there was a problem with the laws from the past. There was a rich history of the UN and many bodies condemning this law as being contrary to international human rights standards. That's right, isn't it?
Correct.
And in order to deal with this situation, you, as you said earlier on, were part of formulating a regulation on it, where you said the law applies prior to 24 March 1999, but it cannot conflict with international human rights standards. So you took into account that would have to be changed in order to meet those standards.
That was the compromise formula we reached at the end.
Yes. So you took into account that it was going to be necessary to change those laws to some extent in order to comply with what the UN's directives were.
Yes, and sorry, just to qualify, when I said this was the compromise we reached, I meant this was the compromise we reached between headquarters and us on the ground, and this gave us a vehicle to, in part or in whole, declare certain laws as inapplicable.
Yes. So it wasn't the KLA trying to put a Kosovo label on everything to the exclusion of others or to discriminate, was it? It was really the KLA and many other bodies, including the UN, saying the discriminatory laws from the past had to be abolished.
Yes, but it's not, I mean, what this is referring to, I mean, if you're referring to my statement now.
Yes, I am.
It's in the conversation. It was also made very clear that this is unacceptable, and as I said, we were trying to reach this compromise. I do believe that I tried to explain that through this the status issue and through this human rights half sentence, we would be able to get to a similar point, but. There was a rejection of that, and I do not recall. While others certainly also had their own views, it was very forcefully, I mean, in the form of Mr. Thaçi with me directly, but it was most forcefully the KLA who would make this point and sort of make it basically. A central point in our engagement. I mean, the SRSG and everyone was involved in this issue, and that's why he asked me, Mr. Kushner, directly to meet with Mr. Thaçi directly. So this was played at that level, became the central issue, and that was not with every single group or party. That was specifically with the KLA.
Yes. Well. Are you aware that Mr. Rugova, who you referred to, had made exactly the same calls going back to 1992, that the law had to be abolished? It wasn't just the KLA saying it. I'm trying to explore the full context here. It wasn't just the KLA that you've picked on. It was a whole range of bodies making that demand.
Yeah, I don't think I picked on the KLA. I'm just stating the fact that was my interlocutor. I didn't speak to Mr. Rugova. I was probably made aware, and I did say that I did have an understanding, a profound understanding for this, increasing it specifically after we had spoken to some of those, the Kosovo lawyers and so on, and I don't deny that at all. But what this is also in response to questions, obviously what this is referring to is that this was another example of a conversation where in a way against, in this case, more the headquarters interpretation than ours, but the interpretation of 1244 was being challenged specifically by the KLA and much more forcefully. Mr. Rogova may have said this before or may have said it elsewhere, but in terms of daily pressure on us to make this sort of a key issue of our collaboration and even existence in Kosovo, at least to me, this was the KLA and as not only exclusively but also represented by Mr. Thaçi.
Well, could we just so that I can explore the situation with Mr. Rugova, go to PDF 11 in the same document that's on the screen. This will come up on the left-hand side. That this is a letter to the Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe. This goes back to May 1992. And if we can go over the page and over the page again, so we can see that this was written by Mr. Ibrahim Rugova, coordinating body of Kosovo's political parties, and Adam Thaçi, Chairman, Council for the Defense of Human Rights and Freedoms in Pristina. So it's got one more page after that, so we can see this letter. It's included in Professor Weller's report to show the positions of all parties during this time. You see at the bottom there, it's a letter sent, including by Dr. Ibrahim Rugova. And I just want to take you to one part of this letter, which is in the previous page, just above the bullet points. If we could just go one page back. Immediately, that's where I want to read from, immediately after the violent ruin of Kosovo's autonomy, and he's referring here to 1990, Serbia started with the approval of special programs and laws in Kosovo, by which discrimination and apartheid were to be institutionalized up to the level of genocide. A direct means of functionalization of this concept is the so-called Program on the Realization of Peace, Freedom, Equality, Democracy and Prosperity in the Socialist Autonomous Provinces of Kosovo. That was published in the Gazette on 30 March 1990. This program, which has been cynically euphemized by this title, is a typical program of colonization by its content and nature. It foresees a number of concrete and systematic measures to be undertaken by Serbia in Kosovo and against Albanians in order to alter the ethnical structure of the population. For the realization of this program, Serbia approved a series of unconstitutional laws which are being applied only in Kosovo against Albanians. And then these are all listed. I'm not going to go through all of them. Were you aware, when you were there, of Mr. Rugova's stance on the laws and the need to abolish them?
I don't think initially when I mean if I recall correctly, the work on regulation number 1 took like 6 weeks or something like that. It took a very long time. So I couldn't say whether over the course of this discussion, the discussions around regulation number 1, I wasn't being made aware of this by some of the lawyers we would also then interact with. Certainly, I was shown a lot of those laws and even some articles that some of the Kosovo Albanian lawyers had written about some of them, and so to the extent that I myself had the sense that we could not just simply say the law that was applicable on whatever the 10th of June continues to be applicable, and hence the compromise that we thought we found and that we tried to offer to say on that human rights half sentence that all of this would be subject to sort of a human rights review, which would then in total or in part allow us to rescind these laws.
Yes, you have very fairly said today that there was a compromise struck, which is reflected in the regulation. Is this also another case, though, of with hindsight, you would say that really it was a case of a whole range of organizations and leaders calling for the law to change, not just the KLA, that should have been reflected more holistically in your witness statement?
But in my statement, Mr. Defense Counsel, I'm speaking about a conversation with Mr. Thaçi, and you also have to look at, if I may, for a moment, appeal to the context here. This is a statement where I wasn't asked to sort of recall the history of lawmaking and our interactions in Kosovo, but it was I was being asked questions around Mr. Thaçi, whether I remember this and so on. So I'm replying also to questions, and in that sense, I probably said I recalled that I had these 1 or 2 meetings where I was being picked up, and I want to say, and as I said it yesterday, they were very, very friendly and not tense, and I found them very constructive. So I have nothing to say about these meetings in a negative sense. And as you can see from the whole paragraph, I even felt comfortable enough to ask sort of questions on the side. We touched upon a few other issues, but what was very clear to us in UNMIK, and that was the reason for being asked to speak to Mr. Thaçi, that he was the one who expressed this as a fundamental challenge, almost as a sine qua non or something to our further cooperation around 1244. And I do understand why, and I understood not only through this conversation but also from the exchanges with others increasingly better and well why that sentiment was the case. But I then highlight that this was another case, basically, to challenge our authority here. So that's the context, and that's why I arrive at this statement. So I wasn't being asked at the time, did you know of Mr. Rugova? If I had been asked about this, I said I didn't know, and I may have learned later. So then I would have referred to Mr. Rugova. That was not the case.
Yes, it's just that you do say here they, and I'm not referring to one particular meeting, but they, the KLA, wanted to put this Kosovo label on the law. You're quite explicit about that. But given that you're testifying today in person, your evidence is that it wasn't just the KLA, it was a number of groupings, including the UN, that had said the law needs to change, and in fact, you adopted that then in your compromise position. Is that
there
your
was an
evidence
increasing
today?
recognition. There was an increasing recognition already at the time, and certainly from today's perspective, I would agree with this, that one couldn't just hold the original position.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Strom. Your Honor, if I could, I finished with my cross-examination, but simply ask that those pages are introduced into evidence. It's
Weller analysis.
Yes, the weather analysis, that's what's on the left side, together with the attachment, the letter from Mr. Rugova. The full range is, if I can just get it here,
I have DKV 1641 to 1658.
yes, that's correct, Your Honor. That's what we asked to be admitted into evidence.
No, Your Honor.
DKV 1641 to DKV 1658 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Those are my questions.
Yes, Your Honor. This will be assigned exhibit number 2D00039, and it's classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
Mr. Tully.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are past 12 o'clock, so good afternoon, sir. My name is Eric Tully, and I represent Recep Salimi. And I have some questions for you for roughly half an hour. First, I've looked over your career experience up until you joined UNMIK in 1999, and without going into too much depth with them, but I'm correct that all of those posts, from you being a trial judge in Germany up until the legal advisor in UNMIK, they were all legal posts. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And had you ever worked in law enforcement? In police?
No.
No. Okay. So the role you were recruited for was specifically as a legal advisor, and that was reflective of your 3 years in Bosnia. And this is from Prep Note 1, paragraph 18. And you were one of the authors of criminal law, criminal procedure codes, and familiar with the legal framework of Yugoslavia. That was your stated recruited role. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in Prep Note 1, I'm sorry, I'll keep my pause. I'd like to make one cross-examination where I don't anger the interpreters. You said in Prep Note 1, paragraph 21, that the military police and law and order issues would not normally be dealt with by someone with 2183, that's you's role, but this is what happened. So I'm right in saying that this is not unusual, especially with a startup mission, that due to the exigencies that might exist on the ground, especially one as large as UNMIK and what it proposed to do, for you to take on a role that wasn't necessarily one that you were recruited for or that you had direct professional experience in. Would that be fair?
Yeah, that's fair. And maybe just to say, the entire team, I think we arrived there with 6 or 7 people. It was a very small team. So that's not even the beginning of a mission. So I don't think that, except in my case, they brought me along to this team because of my legal knowledge. But in a way, everyone there was an advisor to the SRSG, and it sort of only over the next few days or weeks then shaped up into what that meant in terms of position in UNMIK. There was no organigram, so we were not filling. None of us was filling a specific position in an organigram. So all of us were with different backgrounds, sort of advisors to the SRSG.
Okay, so you were acting, if you forgive the vernacular, acting as a Swiss Army knife of sorts to the.
If you want to call it that way, yes.
And you were required to learn on the job of issues that you hadn't necessarily anticipated before you went there. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move to one other topic now, and this is your knowledge and interaction with Mr. Salimi. Now, I would like to have on screen, please, the witness's statement. This is P01968. If you can go to paragraphs 24 and 25, please, on one side of the screen. And I'll take Prep Note 2, that's 124648 to 124653 on the other side of the screen, please. Thanks. While I'm waiting for the prep note to come up, I don't need that for these questions. You've mentioned Mr. Salimi twice in your statement, and in paragraph 24, you mention the arrival of black limousines, and then you say, another person I may have seen was Recep Salimi. So you're not certain whether you saw him there or not?
No.
Correct, okay. And the second mention is in paragraph 25. And you said also there, among the participants in the meeting were Hashim Thaçi and Recep Salimi. So am I correct that you're more certain that you saw him in the second meeting?
I was more certain that I saw him in the second meeting, but
Still not 100%.
I mean, this is what I said then, and
Okay.
but
Okay. Can I have then, oh sorry, and just to reiterate, in prep note 1 in paragraph 13, I don't need it on screen, you don't remember what Mr. Salimi's role would have been at the time or whether he introduced himself?
maybe I did know, but I don't recall right
Okay.
now anymore.
Okay. Can I have on screen then, please, in place of the witness's statement, P01169, please. And on preparation note 2, can I go to paragraph 9? Thank you. And it's recorded here in preparation note 2 that you did not recognize the younger man on the photo. That would be the person standing on the right side of the photo when you were shown it by the prosecution last week, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And just to confirm that you also told the prosecution that you've no recollection of any particular incident involving Recep Salimi, as recorded here in the note. Is that correct?
In my recollection as of today, I don't.
Very well, thank you. I'm going to move on to the main topic I have for you, and these are, this is more a legal topic. And can I take off the screen the picture, please? And if we have back the witness's statement, and go to paragraph 33, please.
It would be helpful if you get indication of the page of the paragraph, please.
Oh, page 9, paragraph 33, please. And it's P01968 for the record. Okay, while this is coming up, witness, the topic I'm talking about are let's call it the lacuna in law for the detentions that KFOR were carrying out at the time. And I think you've talked, we'll get into it, but I think you've touched upon the resistance that KFOR had in performing law and order duties and some issues that related to their rules of engagement. So with the kind of tug of war that went on between UNMIC and KFOR, how long was it after KFOR agreed to carry out the civil law functions? How long were they performing those duties in your memory, in lieu of UNMIC?
Well, I don't think they were performing all the functions in lieu of UNMIC, but they were continuing to do arrests. And so the pressure, I wouldn't necessarily characterize it as a tug of war, you know, but it was an issue, yeah, that, between us. And I don't know whether it was after the first or the second week, but it pretty quickly came up that we were expected to find a solution for this. Because KFOR was not, that was not their mandate. They felt that that was not their mandate to get into maintaining civil law and order, which encompassed the entirety of, in a way, law enforcement, patrolling, apprehension, detention, but then also sort of adjudicating people. So it's yeah, that was a discussion that then culminated after a few weeks in this agreement between, I think, the SRSG and General Jackson to have me and the K4 legal advisor sit together and provide some kind of a delineation or what could be done and possible timeline. So we drafted a paper, and I do think that then after that, it was a bit clearer that they had to do this for a while longer until we were able to do it. So with maybe they were still not happy about it, but it was a bit more clarified than it was before. So before it was almost a daily discussion. When are you ready? When are these people coming? When can you do this and that? And so one thing would have been, so the two issues that I remember were the big issues. One was beyond the detention or so, but it was then what to do with those people. So it was provide some initial due process, at least to keep them in detention. But the second big issue was sort of in a broader law enforcement sense to show some presence. So it was very much around patrolling the streets and showing some presence there. And so we had discussions over the different practices and the different AORs I recall from Pristina, where we were most present, that then the UK forces did more patrolling, which I remember Ridgway or Jackson explaining to us that because of their experience in Northern Ireland, they had more familiarity with that than other forces in other AORs, and that was somewhat related to some of the different performances in the different AORs. But those were I would say the two big law enforcement related issues in the beginning.
Okay, thanks very much. I understand it's a broad spectrum, but what I'm interested really are and you've touched on, are the arrest, detention, and also the adjudicating powers of K4. So if you can think about with those ones in mind, that's just so I can get through this in time and hopefully get you home today. So this discussion, you've actually answered two or three of my questions to the discussions you had with the K4 legal advisors. So if their position was that they weren't in Kosovo to uphold law and order, and UNMIX was that they were there to uphold law and order in the circumstances as they existed at the time, and they still weren't happy afterwards, but they went along with it. Your job was, and you appear to have succeeded at convincing them around to your position. So I'm interested in what was the legal basis that you gave them upon which that they could carry out these detentions, arrests, and adjudicating of detained persons, if you remember.
I think we were very much arguing on the basis of Resolution 1244, and I think the two key mandate paragraphs, I think K4's mandate is paragraph 9 maybe, and ours 11. And from my recollection is paragraph 9 sort of has a clause where it says that they provide or provide security or something until UNMIC, and so there's a qualification.
Ensuring public safety and order until the international civil presence can take responsibility for this task.
For our main argument was always the until, that regrettably, but that was a fact of life, that we weren't ready for a gazillion of reasons, and that was the reality was, whether they liked it or not, that they had to do it.
Okay, then that's the overarching authority. Now, on the ground, and I'm looking at your statement at paragraph 33 again, and it's down towards the end of it, and you say, quote, years later, I totally understand where K4 was coming from. K4 was neither set up nor did it have rules of engagement to be a law and order prosecuting force. So I understand you're not an officer of K4 and your experiences within the UN, but speaking about the UN, and tell me if it's not transferable, but what's the legal significance of the rules of engagement in the context of K4's ability to act as a law and order prosecuting force?
Well, the way it was explained to us was the rules of engagement around the patrolling, for example, would be interpreted differently. That there was a practice around the rules of engagement that would differ between the different AORs. And then, I mean, what I mean in terms of years later, I mean, you are around more of these contexts and more of these forces, and you read up, and you generally hear and understand better their reluctance and why that is. And so I've spoken to officers and personnel, and this is military personnel who served in Haiti, for example, or I refer to the conversations I had with the Interfed lawyers and stuff in East Timor and even other places. I mean, it's always the same thing. They do not want to broadly get into that maintaining of civil law and order, and that sort of starts with the patrolling issue in a sense, and that ends with the adjudication, the judicial process.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Court Officer, can I please have on screen DRS 0125 to DRS 01267? And this isn't for broadcast, please, thank you. I'm about to show you rules of engagement for UNMIC that were drafted later on in the year, and they were for the police component of UNMIC. And I want to perhaps get a sense of what it was that might have been missing so that we can look at a text that tells us what might have been missing from the K4 rules and tell me if this is something you can comment on. If you don't know, that's totally okay.
I can already pretty much, I mean, without looking at it, tell you that I didn't go, I was not involved in the UNMIC rules of engagement or in setting up the police force, and I'm not really, but I'm happy to look at it.
Let's see how far we get. And if you don't know, that's fine. If we can go to the next page, please. So if you go to paragraph 3. And what I'm interested here is the rules are issued as authorities. The introduction sets out that the document provides the authority, that's paragraph 2, sorry, for the use of force and explains policy, principles, responsibilities, definitions of the ROE. Now, I'm not asking about specifically the UNMIC rules of engagement, but rules of engagement, generally speaking, for the UN. They are, when it says authority, it means this is the legal basis for which commanders may choose to, the parameters within which force may be used. Isn't that your general understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next paragraph where it says, quote, where issued as prohibitions, they are orders not to take specific actions. Where issued as permissions, they are the authority for police commissioner and police commanders to take certain specific actions if they're judged necessary to achieve the aim of the mission. Do understand then that actions taken outside of the rules specified in the rules of engagement are ones taken without legal authority?
For the police, yes.
Yes, I'm speaking generally about the rules of engagement. Okay. So, and the terminology may be different, but would you understand that this is how rules of engagement generally would work also for K4? I don't think it would change between forces. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So, if we can go now to page 10 of this document, that's DRS 01261, please. These are the enumerated rules. Again, I don't need you to comment on the specifics of how anything was drafted. If you can scroll down a little bit
So
more.
these are the UNMIC rules?
These are the UNMIC rules, yeah. I'm just using this as a point of comparison. So this is a body dealt with arrest and detention of individuals. Rule 4, dealing with civil action, and you can take the time to read over that yourself. But in particular, I want to focus on 4.1c, and that's to present a person, detention of any person is authorized for the following purposes. In particular, to present a person before a court or the competent legal authority for consideration of any charges against him or her. And the second rule is detention of individuals or groups except on such grounds and in accordance with such procedures are established by law is forbidden. So is it the case that, sorry, tell me when you're finished reading.
I have.
Okay. So is it the case, and I know that you might not know the specifics of it, but when the K4 legads raised with you an issue that their rules of engagement would not allow them to perform as a law enforcement force, this is the type of rule that would be missing from their rules of engagement.
So just on the conversation with the K4 lawyers and also Jackson and whoever else picked this issue up, it was, the first issue was a sense that to say under the resolution, that's not our task, that's your task. And then the rules of engagement discussion, that wasn't the central discussion, but that was specific to the issue. We were in reaction to some of the sense of violence and that we had from Pristina, or these incidents, that we wanted to have some presence in the street, and so the UK obliged that, and we didn't have a sense of our reports from district administrators were that is not the same practice in every single AOR, and so the discussions around the rules of engagement were not so much around apprehension. They were much more on show of force or show of presence in the street, rather than, I don't know, being in your camp, than having occasional sort of raids or whatever going on.
Okay, then let me link this back to your statement. Can I have back on screen the witness's statement at paragraph 42, please? And sorry, I don't have the page. Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much. Well, you obviously identified as these arrests were going on an issue, and I'm reading out to you your statement where you said there was a growing sense of frustration. For instance, the Judicial Affairs Office had no personnel assigned on a full-time basis in mid-July, and we were undertaking basic judicial functions to provide a measure of due process to individuals detained by KFOR troops and held in interim KFOR facilities. So, if you remember that when we looked at the rules of engagement for UNMIC, it specifically had provisions about bringing a person before a competent legal authority, for instance, and not detaining except on such grounds and in accordance with procedures as are established by law. But you've identified that you had your own issues, or you identified potential problems with the due process of the KFOR arrests. Am I right?
Objection, mischaracterization.
Well, if you can explain if I am
Overruled.
incorrect.
Go ahead.
So maybe just in terms of sequencing, I think the UNMIC rules of engagement were adopted much later.
Yes.
So they weren't at the time that I'm referring to here. I mean, when I was present, we didn't have either a functioning police force, nor did we have UNMIC rules of engagement. So for us, it was KFOR carrying out arrests based on their rules of engagement, and then pushing us, if there is similarity between the rules of engagement, which was your assumption, that the court of law, basically, some measure of court of law would be provided, and that's what we were trying to address through these emergency decrees and those panels that panel, I think, that one panel that we set up.
Well, to be clear, I'm not really making any assumption on it, and I know without the rules here we can't really talk about it, but my understanding is if you're stepping in to provide these due process guarantees as much as you could, that KFOR, having gone into the mission not expecting to be law and order forces, did not have these rules that were written for the UNMIC police. This was something developed later on by the body that was anticipating to be the civil authority. And if you don't know, that's okay, but...
I don't know to the consequence that you explained it now, but or stated it, but it was my understanding at the time. I mean, it's my understanding today that you hardly have a force that deploys somewhere without rules of engagement. I mean, that wouldn't happen. So I assume that K4 or the K4 forces had rules of engagement. What I don't remember, at least anymore, I don't think we were having the discussions on, but look, this is what your rules of engagement says, and this is what it was a much more, this is not our task, this is your task. So the big picture was much more whether they should be doing it at all, whether they had rules of engagement and whatever they said, or not. That was the nature of the discussions from my recollection today, primarily that I had with the K4 lawyers.
And when you said that you stepped in to provide some measure of due process to individuals, what specific concerns did you have about the due process that was not being afforded to individuals in detention?
Well, I mean, first of all, again, there was pressure to set up courts by COMK4 from the beginning, and so the concern was not necessarily over specific provisions. It was over the fact that they weren't adjudicated in a way in a civilian court, rather remained a military responsibility. And so I do think that from recollection, but also now over all those documents that I've read, I saw somewhere that they were put up in tents and guarded, and so there was a general discomfort with the fact that they had to deal with this situation, while we didn't even have the capacities to deal with this at all. So in terms of measure of due process, we were particularly concerned with sort of these the 3 or 4 day period, you know, the right to be heard, and
Right to appeal?
Right to appeal. I mean, these types, but also just the right to forward your legal argument, your side, and so on. So it was issues that would usually relate to pretrial detention issues, apprehension that are common in most or any court system.
And I don't mean this with any criticism. It sounds like a very difficult situation, but you characterize it as a measure of due process. Do I detect, I think you said earlier today at page 54, it was the ambition to provide due process. Do you feel you succeeded in providing due process?
Well, that's why I'm saying measure. I mean, I think in the situation, I was wiser and did understand the law better at that time than I do today. But I don't think we assumed that by setting up this panel, we would set up a body for all eternity. It was just to address a number of those most obvious aspects that people didn't feel they were just being taken away and said, having no one, they didn't have any rights, they didn't talk about. But I didn't think at the time that we would have covered necessarily that we had set up an arrangement that would could be likened to arrangements in any of our countries.
Okay. So to sum up, you tried, but not entirely.
No, I tried my best, whatever we could do, but I wasn't necessarily convinced. I wouldn't have signed that this is the best one could do under. I mean, there may have been lawyers, or could have been lawyers. There could have been other experts that may have acted differently, or could have pushed for additional arrangements. That's why I was trying to express that at the time, and with the speed that this was required, we wanted to at least address a number of the most glaring aspects, and then build upon that towards a more properly functioning judicial system.
Okay, I've just a few more questions left, and did you hear back from the legal advisors in K4 that the troops themselves were unclear as to the legal basis upon which they were performing these detentions.
I mean, I don't want to hold anyone to any words, you know, but there were certainly discussions around different understandings of different troop contributors or contingents in terms of how they interpreted the mandate or the rules of engagement or whatever rules they had.
Can I have on screen, please, SPO 00217919 to 000, sorry, excuse me, 00218047, and that's at page 218043.
Your Honor, we're in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Ellis.
Thank you, Your Honour. And good afternoon, witness. My name's Aidan Ellis, and I appear for Mr. Jakub Krasniqi. There are, I think, three broad topics I want to explore with you this afternoon. The first is the situation that you found on your entry into Kosovo. The second is some further questions about the Kosovo Transitional Council. And the third is to do with the investigation and reporting of crimes against minorities in the time that you were there. So I want to start then with your entry into Kosovo on the 12th of June 1999. And could we have on screen, please, what is now 1D00226? And you will recognise the front page as that of an article that you wrote in 2001 and which you discussed with, I think, Mr. Misetic yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah. Could we move to page 3 of the PDF, please, which is DHT 04971. And if we could scroll down a little, please. In fact, we can probably scroll just below the heading Kosovo. Yeah. Now, you're dealing there, I think, with the situation that the first UNMIC officials to arrive found. And what you say there is that the situation was devastating as a result of the systematic cleansing of the Kosovo-Albanian population by Yugoslav and Serbian security forces. The majority of Kosovo's population had been expelled and was living in refugee camps abroad. You recall writing that in your article, yes?
Yes.
Mr. Misetic then took you to the footnote to that point, which was a UN report that said that from a population of 1.7 million people, 800,000 had sought refuge abroad and a further 500,000 were internally displaced. And the point that you then go on to make in your article is that soon after the arrival of the United Nations, however, the refugees started to return from Macedonia and Albania at a historically unprecedented scale and speed. Do you recall that?
Yes, absolutely.
And you give some details in the article. You say that by the 25th of June 1999, so less than 2 weeks after your deployment, there were some 300,000 spontaneous returns, and something like 50,000 refugees were crossing back into Kosovo each day. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't confirm the numbers, but yes, as a phenomenon, that's correct.
Yeah. And further down, you say that by the 8th of July 1999, more than 650,000 refugees had returned to Kosovo. Yes?
Yes.
And these refugees were not following an organised plan for their return. They were just crossing the border in cars, tractors, or on foot, any way they could.
Yes.
And as you say in the article, those returning refugees were often highly traumatised by the months of violence preceding your mission and by the decades of oppression that they had suffered under Serbian rule. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And when they came back, they needed immediate housing and material support. That's right, isn't it?
Correct.
And in terms of the material support specifically, if we could scroll down a little so that we can see footnote 6. There was a preliminary survey of 141 villages by the UNHCR that you refer to, which concluded that 64% of homes were severely damaged or destroyed, and that household waste and human remains had contaminated 40% of water sources. Does that reflect the UNHCR report that you would have seen at the time?
Yeah, I would assume so.
And of course, you did visit some areas outside Pristina during your time in Kosovo, and I think you've mentioned Prizren, Mitrovica, and Peja.
And I went on one occasion with Mr. De Mello in a chopper to the Albanian-Kosovo border to receive Václav Havel, who was then, I think, the president of, or the prime minister of the Czech Republic. We were right there, and so this was to witness, and because he was very concerned about the reflux, and so we saw firsthand how people were in wheelbarrows and cars, and this very the return that I describe here in the article.
Yes, thank you. If I may borrow a document from the Thaçi presentation queue, which was DHT 04937, at page DHT 04940, please. And the paragraph that I was looking at was the one headed humanitarian. Sorry, back up a little. You had mentioned a helicopter trip with Special Representative De Mello. This is referring to the 18th of June, 1999. On this occasion, it's said that De Mello visited by helicopter areas of reported widespread damage and displacement in Jakovica, Pech, Drenica and Orahovic. De Mello later said that 75% of Pech seems to have been set on fire and that apparently every Albanian house had been destroyed. Were you with Ms. Special Representative De Mello on that helicopter trip?
I may have been, I don't remember. I remember I said yesterday that I was twice, and I may have been on this trip and another trip to Peja, but to pitch. But I don't know whether it was this specific trip.
Right. But you would have heard his comments afterwards about the damage that were observed in Peja in particular. That the
Very likely.
Your Honor, I seek to add that page to the exhibit which has already been admitted, which I think is 1D00228.
Any objection to adding that one page?
No, Your Honor.
Page DHT 04940 will be added to, is it D, 1D?
1D228.
Yeah, 1D 00228.
Thank you, Your Honor. It will be added.
Go ahead.
And can I, before the break, try to go to one further document, which is SPOE 00214-815. And if we could scroll down, please, to the heading Humanitarian. Witness, this is from an ECMM, European Community Monitoring Mission cable, dated the 9th of July 1999. I just want to go through the humanitarian section of that. It says, on 9th July, RO Pristina received the Kosovo assessment report produced by UNHCR. The first rapid assessment has been done over a period of 2 weeks. The villages represented not a large enough statistical base to be authoritative. The overall implications of this first cut is that the international community and the Kosovars still face a serious humanitarian threat. Hopes that the humanitarian situation may not be as serious as initially feared seem to be over-optimistic. While winterization is a fundamental objective of the humanitarian community, there is over onto the next page, please. There is mounting evidence that basic requirements still need to be provided to a significant number of people. Pausing there for a moment, winterization simply means the process of preparing for winter, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, my main job is in the humanitarian field, so I'm very familiar with the terminology, and
Of course.
And so, I mean, look, while I was not part of UNHCR's operations and these types of things, rapid assessments and so on, are usually done around the summer months in order to ensure money very often flows only annually, that you don't run out of money by the beginning of the next year. And so very often in summer months, people already try to anticipate what the winter is going to look like and prepare for winterization. And what is also not uncommon is that sometimes, because these reports are of course also resource mobilization intentions, that the situation is then described in a usually in grave terms in order to prompt the international community to donate money for these causes.
Yeah. I mean, you have to start the work on this in the summer months in order that provision is provided when it gets to the winter months. That's right, isn't it?
Because money needs to be provided, programming needs to be done, these types of assessments need to be carried out and double-checked and so on, yes.
Exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. We'll need to break now. We'll give you a lunch break. You may stand down until 2:30. We'll take this up at that time.
Thank you.
Mr. Ellis, about how much more time will you need?
I think 40 minutes.
Thank you. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Go ahead, Mr. Mistich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to state the Thaçi defense's position on the record in response to a question that Judge Bartha had put to the witness about whether the KLA had the right to detain for security reasons. And I just wanted to be clear that our position is that the prosecution in the pretrial phase of this case, in the last preparation conference that we had questions from the bench on this very question. That's reflected on page 2116 and 2117 in answer to questions by both Judge Smith and Judge Bartha. The SPO position was that, yes, the KLA could have a valid legal basis to detain under international law, and then they specifically said the deprivation of liberty is without legal basis when it is justified neither by criminal proceedings nor by reasonable grounds to believe that security concerns make it absolutely necessary. So the defense has relied on that position of the SPO and has not further pursued the self-defense argument that we had raised in the pretrial case. Thank you.
You can bring the witness in. Mr. Strohmeyer will continue with Mr. Ellis's questions. Go ahead, Mr. Ellis.
Thank you, Alan. When we broke, witness, we were just looking through this ECMM cable that should still be on your screen. I just wanted to draw your attention to two further features of it. The first is that in the about halfway down that page, you should see that 40%, so if you scroll back up, 40% of water sources are perceived to be of poor quality, polluted by a range of materials, including human as well as animal corpses. That was, I think, the same figure that you had footnoted in your article, which we were looking at. That's right, isn't it?
To be honest, I've even forgotten between now and before whether, I mean, I know there was a 40% figure, but if that's what I used, then that's what I took from these reports.
Very well. And finally, the last sentence records that only 12% of pre-existing health facilities still exist in those villages that were surveyed, and 60% of pre-existing schools have been severely damaged or destroyed. That reflects the situation at the time you were there, correct?
At the beginning, yes.
And so you had both a need for reconstruction in terms of the shelter for people to prepare for winter, but also of structures like health facilities, schools, water resources, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Your Honour, I tender this document.
Any objection?
Your Honor, the relevance is not completely clear at this stage.
It seems relevant enough for consideration by the court. Will decide the weight to be given it. SPOE 00214815 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So SPOE 00214815 to 00214816 will be assigned exhibit number 4D00101, classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And could we now have on screen, please, DJK 01128 to DJK 01149 on the first page, please. Now, what's coming up on the screen, witness, is a second article which I think you wrote also in 2001, entitled Making Multilateral Interventions Work, the UN and the Creation of Transitional Justice Systems in Kosovo and East Timor. Do you recognise that article, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. And if we could move through it, please, to DJK 01129. And if we could scroll down, please. You begin in this article by setting out the complexity of the civilian challenges with reference to the widespread destruction, devastation that you had seen. And what I'm interested in, if we could turn over to the next page, please. sorry, the next page still, 1131. I'm sorry, it was 1130, the last paragraph. What you've said there is that in practice these mandates led to an unimaginable abundance of tasks, all of which required your immediate attention. That's how it was at the beginning, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you then go on to give a list of the tasks which include a number of reconstruction, rebuilding matters, such as, taking from your list, reconstructing the road network, operating public utilities, resuscitating the education system, and so on. Those are all matters that need urgent attention, aren't they?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned this. Your Honour, at that point, I tendered the article as a second article, companion to the first, written by this witness, reflecting the establishment of UNMIC.
Objection?
Your Honor.
Are you you want the entire document or one page?
I'd like the entire document, Your Honour. It's
DJK 001128 to DJK 01149 is admitted.
This will be assigned exhibit number 400102, and it's classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
yes, it can be public. Thank you. And of course, in order to carry out the reconstruction effort, one of the aspects of that was conversations with donors about the sums of money that would be involved to carry out this rebuilding.
Among others, maybe just this is the right place for sort of a small footnote. I mean, that is why UNMIC had this very unusual to any other mission before or after structure, where the EU would have one pillar looking at economic reconstruction, and then we had, you referred to the humanitarian situation before, we had one pillar that was almost in its entirety dedicated to humanitarian in a broader sense, headed up by UNHCR, and then totally different from that, the setting up of a civilian administration in all its broad aspects. And so if I look beyond sort of the technical way of setting up the systems or structures that I remember some of my colleagues who were in some of the districts or regions deployed as sort of de facto mayors or whatever administrators there, they would come every single day with a request. You need to pass a regulation on, I don't know how you, at some port or so collect some fees. What do we do with the money, And so it was, I mean, probably way beyond the list that I mentioned here. It was really this abundance of tasks, but that's why it was not just a question of us and donors or raising money. It was really put on very broad shoulders. So there were tasks and engagements that the economic sector had, that the EU carried out, that I, in the SRSG's office, wasn't necessarily privy to, or that even the people in the civil administration pillar wouldn't necessarily be deeply involved in.
Yeah, there's a broad range of tasks that were needed, in part because of the extent of the destruction. But that would include, for example, even on a practical level, making sure that the factories were producing the brick or the tools needed for the reconstruction, yeah?
I think it went beyond the question of reconstruction, destruction during that, during the conflict immediately preceding our deployment. I think it was also a way of helping Kosovo as quickly as possible on its feet, with a view to the entire quote-unquote, as others have called it, apartheid regime since 1989. So the economic disadvantaging and so on. So this was also a way of fast tracking that, or at least attempting to fast track that.
I follow. Could we go back then to your first article, which was 1D00226? And could we go to page DHT 04980? And if we could zoom in, please, on the heading and the 2 paragraphs below, reconstruction of the physical infrastructure. Now, you record in your article that in Kosovo, in your article that virtually all public buildings, including courts, had to be cleared of mines and booby traps before they could be reclaimed for public purposes. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, one of the reasons why we were for 2 or 3 weeks in the Sunny Hill neighborhood was actually that while we were there, it took a number of weeks to clear even the JNA barracks that we had moved into our initial headquarters from booby traps.
Mr. Ellis, these are indeed interesting questions, but what does it have to do, what's the relevance to the charges in the indictment here? This seems to be very far away from relevant.
Your Honour, I have an answer, but I'd prefer to give it in the absence of the witness, if I may.
Go ahead and answer me now. What is the relevance of this material?
The relevance of this material is that the role that my client took in the provisional government was as Minister for Rebuilding and Reconstruction. And our position is that during this time, what he is doing is working on the essential tasks outlined here: schools, roads, factories, the reconstruction effort. It goes to what my client's role was in the post-war period, and it may be which is part of the indictment. And now, this witness, of course, can't speak to my client's role, but he can speak to the circumstances at the time, which feeds into what my client was doing.
That's certainly marginal. No one's doubting that your client had jobs to do in the post-war time period, but that has very little to do with the charges against them as set out in the indictment.
Well, that's rather our point, Your Honour. I'm not going to spend too long on it, Your Honour.
Well, I hope not.
Yeah. It's also covered in your article there that office equipment had been appropriated by the withdrawing security apparatus, so you lacked files, official forms, stationery, and so on. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And I think you explain in the other article, I won't pull it up, but you were actually drafting the first legal texts on a laptop on the floor of your rented building, yes?
Correct.
And I can go to the page in your article if you need to, but you've also explained there that as a result of the government-sanctioned discrimination, there were virtually no Kosovar Albanians remaining in the civil service. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, that sounds right. I mean, I don't have that clear recollection whether there weren't that many, but that was a plausible consequence.
Sure. And the figure you give in your article is that in the judiciary, only 30 out of 756 judges and prosecutors were Kosovo Albanian.
Likely I knew at that point, and
of course.
I wouldn't know right now anymore.
No, I appreciate 25 years have passed since your appointment there. But it is, to cut through this, a system where the judicial system that had essentially collapsed, hadn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
And there was certainly no functioning civil police in the June of 1999, was there?
There was no functioning system in the sense that you would expect it from from a functioning country or territory.
Yeah. And the process of recruiting and deploying an experienced police force took months to accomplish, didn't it?
Correct.
Can I then go in your article to page DHT 04971? If we could scroll down a little so that you can see it on the screen. Now, in the middle of that paragraph, where you finish dealing with the numbers of refugees returning, you have this to say. You say, in need of immediate housing and material support, an increasing number of returnees resorted to violence and intimidation as a means of retrieving some semblance of their previous lives. Do you see that there in your article?
Yes, I do.
And so at least in this article in 2001, you were linking the conditions to which returning refugees found themselves in with the resort to violence and intimidation which occurred. That link's made in your article, isn't it?
That's correct.
Oh. I'll move on then to my second topic with you, which is the Kosovo Transitional Council. I think we need to move into private session for this. It's in relation to document P1975.
Into private session, please, Court Officer.
Your Honor, we're in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And could we go to page 1133? Now, if we could scroll down a little, please. Yes, it's that bottom paragraph on the page, because I think, in fact, witness, you had covered some of the topics that were addressed this morning in your article back in 2001 in relation to the applicable law. What you said there is that the introduction of laws that were perceived as symbols of the just ousted political regime in both Kosovo and East Timor led to considerable legal and political difficulties. In Kosovo in particular, this decision prompted vigorous protest among local politicians and within the legal community. Yugoslavia's criminal laws in particular were considered to have been one of the most potent tools of a decade-long policy of discrimination and repression of the Kosovo Albanian population. Yes, that's what you had to say about it in 2001, yes?
Yes, just on the article, I just wanted to make clear that both articles that I refer to, I had to submit for clearance, so they have been cleared by the legal department and on behalf of the chef de cabinet, number one, and number two, because of the intensity of the situation, it was a bit of a, I'm not saying a stream of conscience, but it was a desire both to show the particularity of this situation, where for the first time the UN had to really set up and provide judicial tasks and structures, but also on issues like this, to have a vehicle to at least, for my own conscience, to put down or hint at some of the difficulties that I just alluded to earlier in relation to the discussions around regulation number one. And so against that, this is sort of maybe a very tame, but still sort of an attempt to show that I did understand the issues at the time, and there were reasons for why we had to go through with regulation number one as it was, for the reasons that I spelled out earlier.
Yes, quite. And as you were explaining earlier today, the issues with the application of Yugoslavia laws were raised by both local politicians and indeed within the legal community. That's one of the points you were making earlier, isn't it?
Well, one, in fact, was more sort of a result of the other. I mean, I'm not saying we had contacts within the legal community from the get-go, but I do remember that in my recollection at least, that one of the outcomes of specifically the conversation with Mr. Thaçi was that we then went back, and sometime, I don't remember anymore, the middle of July, or maybe it was when I came back in the middle of August, that we did have a larger meeting with the legal community, with Kosovo legal, like a round table type of a thing. So we probably had, after a number of 4, 5, 6 weeks around the issue of applicable law, increasingly informed conversations with Kosovo Albanian lawyers.
Yes, because one of the things you needed to do was to revitalise the legal community so that you had people to represent those that were being arrested, yes?
Yes, and we were benefiting to a certain extent from some of the contacts that the OSCE and the KVM had made prior to that. So we had initial points, but it was that was an important part of our task in the beginning.
Oh. I want then to move on to my final topic, which was the reporting and investigation of crimes against minorities. You made the point in answer to Mr. Dixon this morning at provisional page 62 as the legal advisor for UNMIC, you weren't personally involved in the investigation of cases, were you?
No, there was no. I mean, that's the answer. I was pretty firm on this with Sergio and others that I did not want to, because I was a judge before. I was, technically speaking, still on leave of absence at that time, and I did not want to blur those lines. I wanted to perform those quasi justice ministry type of things, but not operational tasks. There was one exception to this because of the sensitivity, where General Jackson and Ridgway, Brigadier General, I think, Ridgway, had asked Sergio to deal with the situation in Orahovac, because there was still the Serbian mayor and the Serbian minority in the upper town of Orahovac, whereas in the lower parts of Orahovac it was Kosovo Albanian, and the situation was heating up, and they were very concerned about the situation in Orahovac getting out of control, and that this would lead to further bloodshed. And so what we did there is to prepare an apprehension early in the early morning hours of the head of the MOB, the Serb, and that was the only time I was actually actively involved in a.
Thank you. I don't need to go into the detail of that incident, but for example, you described for us yesterday an incident where you had passed a Serbian restaurant on your way into Pristina, and on the way out you found it burning. You would not have been personally involved in the investigation of what had happened on that occasion, would you?
No, I mean, I did stop as a human being. You know, I did stop and spoke to the people just because we had observed this, but I was not involved in any follow-up. In fact, that as a usual practice, we would hand over. I think at that time we would speak to Sandra Mitchell or so to say for the OEC to follow this up or even take it into the log. I'm sure we would also have notified KFOR of that.
Yes, but you haven't identified in your statement, for example, whether further investigation of this specific case occurred or who the perpetrators were.
I wouldn't know.
No.
I don't know now anymore.
Thank you. Can we now look at some of the documents which you were shown by the prosecution, both yesterday morning and in the same documents were shown in your preparation session last week? If we could deal first with P 1984, please. Firstly, just on this introductory page, and this was a document you were shown by the prosecution yesterday morning and again in the preparation session. I see the date on it is the 16th of September 1999. I think the position that you arrived at yesterday with Mr. Misetic is that although you don't remember the precise date, you accepted that there were documents suggesting you left Kosovo in August 99. That's
yeah,
right.
I'm pretty sure I wasn't there on the 16th of September.
Right, so this document would be after your time in Kosovo altogether, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if my memory doesn't betray me, I would say yes.
Yeah. Could we turn through it, please, to page 012761? And what I'm looking at is, I think, the second paragraph there, which precedes the incidents that the prosecution took you through. It says, all listed cases should be considered under investigation and should be viewed as allegations only. Confirmation of facts and circumstances regarding any particular incident can be done on a case-by-case basis if needed.
I'm not following you. Where?
Oh, sorry, it's right at the top of what you see on screen.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
All listed cases. Do you have it?
Yeah.
You can perhaps scroll to the top a little bit so it's clear. Yeah. So what this is saying, witness, is that the cases that follow should be viewed as allegations. They haven't been verified. That's right, isn't it?
That's what this document says, yeah.
And since you left Kosovo by this point, you couldn't say which of these incidents were followed up on later?
I would say even if I had been in Kosovo, I wouldn't necessarily be able to I did not follow every single individual proceeding or investigation afterwards.
Quite. Could we then have on screen, please, P1981? This was a report that you were shown by the prosecution yesterday, and all I want to do is put back, this was shown to you in your preparation session last week already, and what you said there is recorded in paragraph 6 of your preparation note 2, saying you do not remember having seen this specific report, but it brings back the memory of seeing and discussing reports like this. That's right, isn't it? You don't specifically remember this report.
And I think I've said, that's what I said yesterday, and generally for all these reports, I do remember seeing these types of reports and incident reports and so on, but I couldn't remember or confirm either any of the specific details. Broadly, maybe if I now were to in detail go over every single thing, but these types of reports, OSCE or KFOR reports, I do remember. And we also then started receiving from our district administrators and so on our own reports and notes and so on. So these are the kinds of...
and the next document was P1982. And again, you were shown this yesterday and in your preparation session last week. And last week, your response at paragraph 7 of Prep Note 2 was recorded as being, UNMIK was constantly talking about the takeover of buildings, whether it was the KLA or Kosovars taking over, you don't exactly remember now. Do you recall saying that to the prosecution last week?
Yeah. That's in my statement, paragraph 7, or?
It is.
Yeah.
It's paragraph 7, not in your statement, but the preparation notes from last week,
yeah.
sir.
That sounds fair, I think.
Yeah. And again, after 25 years, you wouldn't be able to confirm if you saw this specific report or not.
I cannot confirm any of those. I mean, seeing very specific reports. That's why I think the way I phrase it consistently is that these types of reports and these types of incidents, in fact, some of them, when I read it in preparation, they just rang a bell again, you know, so on kidnappings and some of these things, but I don't, broadly speaking, I don't remember any specific report or any specific incident, I believe.
Thank you. I won't keep going through them in that case, but my final question to you is that you said in preparation note 2, paragraph 23, that you've recently found your notebooks relating to your time in Kosovo. And my final question is, did the prosecution ask you for those notebooks?
No, they didn't ask me for any other notebooks. I mean, I haven't looked at them, and I didn't think. I mean, I know my notes. I couldn't even tell you to what exact week they pertained or so. So I just looked at them, and I said, I asked whether I stated that fact that I just found them and whether it was still necessary to go through them.
Thank you, Ronald. Those were my questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. Sir, yesterday you were asked, you were shown a document quoting General Jackson saying that recent attacks on his soldiers raised questions about the KLA's control of hardliners. And could we please have on the screen ERN 020723 to 020725, and that's from Thaçi Defense presentation queue. And then when you were shown this document at page 149 of yesterday's provisional transcript, you were also asked whether you knew who was discussed as a hardliner. And I'd like to show you the rest of this document. You were shown two parts from page 2. Now at page 1, thank you. We can see that Jackson is complaining about the KLA forming an underground police force in the first paragraph, and then if we go to the third paragraph, Jackson was particularly angry over the activities of senior KLA member Recep Selimi, who is the interior minister in the KLA self-styled provisional government. Then he continues saying, Selimi, who is considered to be a KLA hardliner by KFOR, was stopped last week by British peacekeeper. And the next paragraph talks about Selimi allegedly pointing a loaded pistol at one of the soldiers and saying, this one's for you, prompting the patrol to grab him and confiscate his weapon. If we scroll down a little bit to the last two paragraphs, we can see that then soldiers later searched a house occupied by Selimi and found confiscated several weapons, ammunition, radio scanners, and ministry identity cards. And it concludes by saying all illegal under KFOR's mandate. If we can now go to the next page. There's then the parts that was read out to you, saying there is a strong suspicion that the KLA has been behind recent violent incident targeting peacekeepers. And then...
Sorry, Your Honor, is there a question coming? Is there a question?
That's not up to me, that's up to her.
Thank you. And then there's Jackson remark saying Jackson had laid all these on the table in front of Checo during their meeting Monday, the KFOR source said, and made it clear that he expected action to be taken against Selimi. From reading the entirety of this article, do you understand that here the hardliner that was being referred to was Recep Selimi?
Your Honor, objection, leading.
Overruled. Go ahead, answer.
Your Honor, I see this cable. This cable states that Mr. Selimi was a hardliner. I have no specific recollection that Mr. Selimi was referred to in any of the meetings that I was privy to as a hardliner.
No.
I didn't hear you.
Did he answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And just for clarity, this is a newspaper article. It's not a cable. And if we can scroll down a little bit.
If I could just use one second. For me, this, I think I saw this was the 10th of August. So I wasn't at that time in the country, but probably goes to the period before that. And what this re-emphasizes that even for General Jackson at that point, there was still a veritable challenge to, by self-styled ministries and authorities, to the authority under 1244. I mean, I just wanted to point this out, that this was continuing, despite statements. I'm not attributing any responsibility, but I'm just saying for us, this part of the story didn't cease. You know, it was not just because there were statements made and we thought things may have been improving and described it as such in documents, but the reality keeps on coming back. That there were weapons, there were these parallel authorities being maintained, and so that sentiment that is expressed here is very much the sentiment that I left Kosovo with at the middle or end of July and returned to.
Thank you. No further question. I would like to tender this document into evidence, and just I would like to note that this was already tendered as an associated exhibit in F02783, Annex 6. It's item 39 in page 12.
It was tendered, was it admitted?
No, not yet. That's why I'm tendering
Any
it now.
objection?
Yes, that's the basis of our objection. It's presently due a submission based on it being part of the package for one of the witnesses under Rule 155, and we have written submissions to make on it. And it's being put forward as supporting the statement made by that 155.
We'll mark this as MFI for now. Please give it an MFI number.
Thank you, Your Honors. 020723 to 020725 will be marked for identification with P01988. It's classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Judge Barter, you want to start?
Yes, thank you.
We'll break at 3:30.
Okay. Thank you,
10
Judge
minutes.
Smith, and good afternoon, Mr. Strohmeyer.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
I'm afraid the panel has a few more questions for you. Questions to clarify some points that are not yet fully clear to us. My first question is this, and I hope we can be done with this question before the break, or with this line of questions. Mr. Strohmeyer, during your several meetings with the SITF and the SBO between 2014 and 2021, you described how you entered Kosovo on 12 June 1999 and met Dennis McNamara, the United Nations or UNHCR Special Envoy to the Kosovo region and Deputy Special Representative of the Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs in Kosovo Polje, where you were briefed by Mr. McNamara about the security situation. Is that right?
Correct.
For the record, this can be found in paragraph 14 of the witness statement, exhibit P01968. And Mr. McNamara characterized the security situation in the area as complex and dangerous. Is that correct?
Correct.
Strohmeyer, you also mentioned in your statement and yesterday, in order to highlight the volatility of the situation, that during your meeting or the meeting with Mr. McNamara, you observed how an elderly Serbian man in camouflage clothing with a rifle, whom you had seen walking past your convoy, was shot about 100 meters from where you were talking. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. In paragraph 15 of your witness statement, you further said that at the time of your arrival, the JNA was still present in Pristina, but after they had left the city a few days later, there was a, as you called it, total breakdown of essential services and commercial/industrial activity, and an even more serious breakdown of law and order. Is this still your evidence?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Strohmeyer. According to paragraph 22 of preparation note 2, you told the prosecution the following in your preparation session, I quote, W02183, that is you, Mr. Strohmeyer, remembers that there was instability and larger security issues relating to Serbian forces wanting to re-enter Kosovo along the southeastern border. There were always tensions in Mitrovica and Kosovo Polje. There was a fear for repenetration and discussions around the Serbian forces. When the internationals arrived, nobody believed Serbian forces would simply withdraw End of quote. Do you recall saying that last week?
I do. Maybe just, if I may, just to qualify, this was in response to a specific question or a line somewhere where someone was afraid of maybe related to the Grachko incident that there was a fear expressed that Milosevic, or maybe Milosevic had announced that Serbian assets or agents would reconnect with assets on the ground. And so that's how I was asked whether I was aware that there were such elements operating on the ground. And I said no. But what I did remember is the Mitrovica tensions, the situation, and then further down the line that there were tensions evolving, and that not necessarily during the time that I was there, but later possibly in, I think, what is the Sanjak area of Serbia.
Okay, thank you. My question is now, Mr. Stromer, against this background, and in light of what you personally saw and heard, was redeployment of the JNA or the Serbian forces and the resumption of hostilities in Kosovo a concern among members of the international community, including your office, during your time in Kosovo, that is from June to August or from June to September? I understood your testimony on page 26 of our real-time transcript, yesterday's testimony, to mean that you were not privy to discussions on this issue and therefore cannot recall details, but I assume you can say whether or not there were concerns about Serbian forces being redeployed or not.
So what I recall and what I is that we would, of course, when we moved up from Skopje into Pristina, this was sort of always the British Gurkhas would save a particular part of the road, and then the convoy would follow. So even the convoy sort of going from Skopje with military force into Pristina could not exclude that there could be some hostile action of sorts. I'm not saying that necessarily would have been by the JNA, but while we saw many people and increasingly Kosovo population, presumably with V signs and exuberant, it was a very slow movement towards Pristina to secure the perimeter. So I do want to say that particularly in those early days, that's what I mean to say, we couldn't exclude that there could have also been some remnant of hostility coming from the Serb side. And I think I referred to another incident, and I couldn't exactly tell you the date anymore, but it was, in my recollection, in those first few days while we were in that house in Sunny Hill. All of a sudden there was a shootout right in front of our house where then NATO or KFOR forces exchanged fire with Serbian forces on the other side of the hill or beyond that part of town.
Thank you.
So there was just to say that it wasn't our preeminent concern, but there was a concern that pockets or occurrences, particularly in those first days, while Serbs were had a larger presence, while the JNA was in part still there, that there was a concern that there could also be some hostility coming from that side.
One last question before the break. I'm more interested in the situation when you left Kosovo. When you left Kosovo, the situation, was it stable or calm or not?
No, I mean, it depends on how you define stable and calm. If not to the extent that I left Kosovo and said, well, that was a really useful 6 weeks that I spent here. Things are much better off. Probably, I mean, those incidents and everything, those reports of incidents continued. And that was our daily bread and butter in a way. So I would not have left. I mean, I don't exactly remember anymore. But if I can be very honest, there was a certain sigh of relief, partly because of the pressure that was upon us, but also after almost 3 years in Bosnia, and then this time I was. I just felt I didn't want to live in that environment anymore, where you had to expect day to day these types of occurrences. So I wouldn't describe it as a stable and calm environment.
Thank you.
All right, we'll give you a 10-minute break now, and then we'll come back and finish up by 4:30. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. Mr. Strohmeyer will continue with Judge Barta's questions.
Thank you, and welcome back.
Thank you.
Strohmeyer. I would now like to talk about the meetings you had with representatives of the Kosovo Liberation Army, in particular those with Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Recep Selimi. Before I do that, I want to ask you the following. The Thaçi defense showed you a document from Rambouillet about the creation of the Provisional Government of Kosovo, in which the LDK, namely Mr. Rugova, and another party, the LBD, or United Democratic Movement, were mentioned. For the record, it's Exhibit 1D69. Do you remember discussing this document with the Thaçi defense, or would you like to see it again?
I remember us discussing it yesterday, yes.
And you don't need to see it again. You don't want to see it again.
Depends on your question, Your Honor.
Then I will ask my question, then you can decide.
Okay.
I would like to ask you the following in relation to this document. Did you personally meet members of the provisional government who, at the time of the meeting, were not members or representatives of the KLA, who were in particular members of the LDK or the LBD, and who spoke on behalf of the Provisional Government of Kosovo?
Can I just try to, just for me to, so whether I met members who claimed that they were part of the Provisional Government of Kosovo who were not KLA?
KLA, and spoke on behalf of the Provisional Government, especially members from the LDK or the LBD?
No. That was the point that I was trying to make a few times, that while there were, of course, statements of multi-party and so on, but it was the KLA who would pursue these issues more vigorously or with us than others did.
Thank you.
And maybe just to one short footnote in that respect. What struck me yesterday also about I think the 23rd of February. For us, there was no continuation from Rambouillet that led to 1244 and behind. For us, 1244 was a game changer. So if the member states had wanted the decision of Rambouillet to enter into reality, then they would have had to craft or draft a different type of resolution, which they didn't. To say one could have conceived, as has happened in Afghanistan and elsewhere, to sort of endorse the creation of a provisional government for Kosovo, and then design and mandate a UN role that supports or is an assistance mission to that provisional government. That did not happen, and that, for me, also signals that there was among at least the 5 Security Council permanent members, there was a discontinuity of the belief that they held on the 23rd of February versus the belief they held on the 9th or 10th of June when 1244 was adopted. Otherwise, it would have been a very different resolution. So there was what I'm trying to say is there was a decision not to have the provisional government of Kosovo in charge, supported by the UN, but there was a decision to have the UN provide an executive administration in order to create sort of a more multi-party administration. And I think that's an important conclusion that I take away from this.
Thank you. In paragraph 25 of your statement, you mentioned a meeting with Mr. Thaçi, Hashim Thaçi, and Recep Selimi that took place within the first week of your arrival in Kosovo, during which Mr. Thaçi presented an organigram of what he described as the provisional government of Kosovo. And you further said that Mr. De Mello reminded Mr. Thaçi that under United Nations Security Council Resolution 1244, UNMIK was the legal body in charge of administering governmental functions in Kosovo. Do you recall discussing this meeting? I saw you nodding.
Yes.
With the prosecution, and also yesterday, I guess.
Yes.
I'm aware, Mr. Strohmeyer, that you said in your preparation session with the SPO and also yesterday here in court that you could not remember any more details of the conversation with between Mr. De Mello and Mr. Thaçi. But still, I want to ask you whether you remember now whether Mr. Thaçi said anything in response to the comment made by Mr. De Mello.
Well, what I do remember is that it wasn't a file that we were given. It was a light version, a paper or so that showed some kind of a structure, and that Mr. De Mello would then highlight his mandate, and as he did on other occasions, ask me to refer to the details and give the more legal argument. And while I don't recall the details, there was some pushback, and I think the way I remember it, or I also expressed it or phrased it, is that the response was more in line with what one would have assumed come out of Rambouillet if it had been a different type of mission. Is they were not against the UN, but they wanted the UN to support a provisional government of Kosovo. So it was reasserting that had been discussed, and that there was a different idea of how this should continue. And we very clearly walked out of this from that moment on, knowing that this provisional government of Kosovo was a real and actual challenge to the very fundamental authority given to the SRSG under Resolution 1244.
In paragraph 26 of your statement, you said that the KLA leadership's basic message in response to your explanation, or Mr. De Melo's explanation of resolution 1244 was, quote, "Thank you for your help, but now we are in charge. We created the provisional government of Kosovo, and we now run the country," unquote. My question is, was this the exact wording, or are these your words?
These are my words. I mean, this is what I want to, impressionistic. I said that this was sort of the sentiment conveyed. That's why I put it in quotes. I mean, to signal that this was more my description of the sentiment rather than a verbatim quote. I don't remember any verbatim quote.
So this was your understanding of the position of the KLA leadership?
In that, as expressed in that.
But nobody said that or used these words, as far as you remember?
As far as I remember, I couldn't exclude it, but I don't remember the words anymore that were used. But that was very clearly the sentiment that we took away from that moment. I do remember at the end of this, or outside, that we were really grappling with this and say, you know, this is serious. And that was, I forgot now, we were going over the times, whether this was 3-4 days into it or 5-6 days. I don't remember exactly anymore, but it was very early days. This meeting in the Grand Hotel, which I think was in the Grand Hotel, yeah.
That's clear. Thank you. According to the next paragraph, paragraph 27 of your statement, you told the prosecution the following, I quote, "The KLA was very well aware of the political vacuum within Kosovo. So I think the primary motivation behind challenging the UN's overall authority in Kosovo was not so much to test the United Nations or the international presence, but to move quickly to fill this vacuum vis-à-vis other Kosovar Albanian groups, most notably Ibrahim Rugova and the LDK, by establishing facts on the ground. In other words, the KLA was not so much trying to challenge the UN per se, but rather to establish themselves as the political authority within Kosovo," end of quote. Recall saying this?
Yeah.
Mr. Stromer, could I ask you to elaborate a bit more on the relationship between the KLA leadership and the LDK and Ibrahim Rugova? What did you notice during your meetings with Mr. Thaçi and other members of the KLA or the Provisional Government of Kosovo in this regard? Did anyone mention Mr. Rugova and or the LDK?
So, Your Honor, the vacuum that I describe or note was a very well-known fact to everyone. As I sort of have described on other occasions, or informally, I always say it was like this waiting for Rugova. No one exactly knew when he was going to come. We heard all these things, and it was felt that it was very important because, after all, he embodied a certain idea of Kosovo over years. So he had been a fixed point, an anchor in the political landscape, and was the president in exile. And so, and on a number of occasions, I remember us urging Ms. Tahari and others from the LDK. There was this waiting for Rugova. And in the absence of Mr. Rugova, I remember us feeling that the LDK was sort of the LDK that was interacting with us was sort of trying to keep, in a way, the seats warm, even if they rejected then participating in the KTC in the beginning. But it's in that situation where Mr. Rugova wasn't there, the LDK on the ground, at least the political people we interacted with, were sort of, it felt a bit hampered in their decision-making powers. It was the KLA leadership who was much more coherent and clear, but also demanding in terms of where they wanted to go. That's the general. That's the situation. They were more assertive, and so they were the ones, as I said before, that would speak about the provisional government of Kosovo. They were the ones to us that were challenging the applicable law, whether for good, or for right, or for wrong reasons. You know, for us, we could not but accept that the KLA increasingly was, or the KLA leadership was the central go-to point for us on any matters related to the further rollout and design of the UNMIC mandate or mission reality, and that is that if there had been a second very strong force, which would have sometimes agreed but sometimes opposed, it would have been a different situation. So it was a more unipolar sort of relationship rather than a multipolar relationship in reality, which is not to exclude that, of course, there were also other contacts and efforts, and then Mr. Rogova came at some point and so on. But overall, increasingly it felt, even at that leadership level that I was privy to, that it was the KLA who wanted to shape the immediate future of Kosovo, and that was then, at least in our impression in the early days, complemented by the situation on the ground, where you would have arrests, detentions, people, at least in some cases wearing uniform or identifying themselves as KLA members, whether they in every or in some cases were wearing fake uniforms or real uniforms. I'm not in a position to judge right now, but that was the situation.
Mr. Stromer, excuse me for interrupting you, but we will come back to that. But my question was slightly different. I was interested in how you would describe, if you can, the general attitude of Mr. Thaçi and the KLA, or other members of the leadership of the KLA, towards Mr. Rugova and the LDK during your meetings you had with Mr. Thaçi and other members of the leadership, KLA leadership.
Yeah. So personally, I have not heard Mr. Thaçi or anyone else. At least I don't remember speaking dismissively of Mr. Rugova. But I've seen some of the documents. It seems that it was suggested that we couldn't wait any longer, and we had to move ahead. But I was not privy to any personally dismissive statements about Mr. Rugova.
Or positive statements.
Or positive.
Thank you. In paragraph 57 of your statement, you said that in your view, the wave of violence against Serbs in Kosovo after the withdrawal of the JNA or Serbian forces was not incidental but rather massive and sustained. And you further remarked that it appeared to be a large-scale and organized process that went house by house, you said, and was directed specifically at Serbs. It was not random incidents based on personal individual motivations. End of quote. Do you remember saying that, Mr. Strohmeyer?
Yes.
Could you please explain again why or how you came to this conclusion?
I mean, from today's, this, as you alluded to at the beginning, some of these statements I arrived at over, even on the prosecution side, over almost 10 years, you know, so at some point my detailed recollection may have been better, but it was just in some of these places, like in prison, I remember that some of the neighborhoods where Serbs lived were there was an arson every it was like prison attracted our very early attention, as I explained yesterday, and we sent Mr. Mark Baskin there very early on because of these arsons, because of some of these things. So there was already, this is not only in Pristina, but it felt sort of not just random here or there, where a family wanted to move into a place that had been vacated by a Serb, or but more organized. But also I remember one of the one of the members of this interim panel that we had established, the Serb member, who actually served for a week or 2 weeks, was then several times threatened, and so people would come to his door, knock on his door, to the extent that some of the UNMIK officers or OSCE that took turns would then sleep there at night for a few days. So it went really, in those days we had, I had heard oral reports of people or official reports from our colleagues in regions of these acts being really conducted in a more targeted or deliberate way. And so this targeting of this Serb member of this panel was not prior to his appointment. It was following his appointment as a judge, and then after a few weeks he left Kosovo because of this. So there was probably more, but that was our impression. Again, not to ever I cannot exclude that there were individual acts, of course, and it's quite conceivable. But we did feel that this was so massive in those early days that it would have been difficult for all these returnees who would go to their places of origin to orchestrate this as a more systematic effort. Which is not to say, which is what I tried to say yesterday. I know that for a legal qualification, one is looking for a policy, so I'm not necessarily saying that there was a declared policy to now unleash across the whole country a certain type of expulsion or violence or killing, but it is more that it felt like there was an enabling environment created, or in some cases also probably other support, but it wasn't disconnected singular incidents. It felt like there were some patterns in terms of the towns that were targeted and the houses and the neighborhoods. Forgive me if I cannot be more precise now, but
No, that's clear, at least to me now. Thank you. I'd like to move on to another topic. Yesterday, Mr. Stromer, you were asked some questions by the Thaçi defense about FARC, not the Colombian FARC, but about a different FARC, as another paramilitary formation present in Kosovo in 1999. Do you remember this?
I remember the question, yes.
Yes. On page 133 of our real-time transcript, you said, or according to that page, you said you do not recall FARC, and I quote from our transcript now, FARC haven't been identified in any of the meetings as one of the primary reasons of concern for the security situation in Kosovo, unquote. And my question now is, do you remember FARC, or rather the conduct of FARC members, ever being mentioned as a reason, not as one of the primary reasons, but as a reason of concern for the security in Kosovo at all?
As I think I said yesterday, I have no recollection, really, of the FARC, which is not to say, I cannot exclude that somewhere someone mentioned it in my presence, but the fact that this is not something that resonated in any form or shape with me or has stuck in my mind, to me at least tells me that this was not something that at the time I really sort of was my nose was thumbed on. I didn't pick up, and then if I looked last week and then over the course of the last 2 days, the reports that I was shown, it was KLA. And look, I'm not talking about today, but I'm talking about the impression that we got. Maybe that was wrong. Maybe there were FARC apprehensions and detentions and so on that we didn't learn about, but the reporting doesn't reflect that. And so if you are at the receiving end and have to react by setting up panels of judges or looking at laws or looking at the security situation, you very clearly receive from that the impression that the KLA was the key problem and not two or three other forces at the same time. So in that, against that background, I have neither a recollection nor do I believe, concluding that I believe that from anything that I've written or remember that the FARC was a problem even nearly comparable to the one that we had identified with the KLA.
I'm afraid, thank you, Mr. Strohmeyer, we have to rely another time on your recollection, so I'm asking another question.
Sure.
In that regard, or in the same context, which is the following: was the conduct of members of any other non-state armed group or organization in Kosovo a matter of concern at the meetings you attended during your time in Kosovo? Can you remember that? Any other armed group who...
Other than the KLA?
Other than the KLA and probably FARC?
I mean, if I can just refer to the JIC meetings that I attended and the KTC, that wasn't an issue that, as per the minutes there, that was discussed. So I don't remember really having had any other discussions. And I also, now even over the last 2 days, I haven't seen really, other than this very specific report in the context of the FARC, sort of, it was always General Jackson or Sergio Vieira de Mello or Kushner appealing to Mr. Thaçi and the KLA leadership to weigh in on or send public messages to the Kosovar population. There was also a joint statement, of course, but it wasn't. It was always against that backdrop of the KLA being identified as a main force on the ground rather than the FARC. So I have, again, or any other group outside the FARC. I don't have any recollection of any other group, which is not to say that they weren't there, but I have no recollection on that.
Thank you. Do you recall the crimes allegedly committed by persons who only pretended to be KLA members by, for example, wearing KLA uniforms were discussed?
I mean, there was a lot of discussion around illegal detention, and I mean, some people then refer to it as kidnapping, which may have been just another form of detaining people and then keeping them in some detention facility. I have to tell you that probably in the reports, reports on other physical things, and of course there were also sometimes some killings, but I don't remember anymore who this in detail was attributable to. But I mean, if I were to look back 25 years as a whole block, to us it was it presented itself, particularly in those first few weeks, that the KLA wanted to create these facts on the ground, was very present on the ground, and whenever encountered, arrests were carried out by KFOR, not whenever, but in the majority of cases, it was then a line, a KLA a member carrying weapons or so. And if I even recall some of the documents that I saw today referring to General Jackson, it was again, ID cards of units have been apprehended. So these things continued. I mean, it's until way into August and even beyond. So I just want to, beyond sort of the individual incident, for us it was a whole avalanche of incidents in a way, and of pressures every single day. And the only force, not because I want to, but because that's what I remember, the only actor non-state armed actor that we that I remember in that respect was the KLA, the only one setting up what we would refer to today as parallel institutions, challenging the mandate that we held under 1244 was the KLA. I have no real recollection of the LDK setting up separate ministries or claiming specific ministries and operating them, which is again not to say that hasn't happened or wasn't planned somewhere, but I don't, from my interactions, I don't recollect that.
Thank you. According to paragraph 76 of your statement, you stated that the applicable law issue that you personally discussed with Mr. Thaçi became, quote, a hook to discuss other issues, including detention centers, unquote. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Could you, Mr. Strohmeyer, briefly describe the position that Mr. Thaçi took in your conversations regarding detention sites allegedly run by the KLA? Very briefly, if you can.
I mean, I think I don't really recall the conversation around the detention center so much because, I mean, the focus of our discussion was around the applicable law. And it was more, as I said before, it was a very constructive, friendly, even conversation, longer conversation, in the course of which I got to satisfy my own curiosity a little bit, and I asked about Albania. So at the time there was everyone was speculating, and a lot of the experts said, well, it's all about Greater Albania. I said, is that really the case? And so I got an answer there. And so in the same vein, I also talked about the detention centers. I don't really recall in detail anymore how that discussion went.
Thank you. In paragraph 92 of your statement, it is recorded that you said that Mr. Thaçi promised to do whatever he could, including issuing an official statement to dissolve KLA detention centers. Is correct? Can you remember that he made such a promise or promises?
I think there was this discussion, and I think there was, to my understanding at least, whether that was related to one of the occasions that we discussed some of the statements that were presented to me, but that was my understanding. And there was certainly a demand from our side to call upon the KLA or the Kosovars to refrain from these types of things. And if I don't remember all the details, all the statements anymore, but I think in one or two we may have actually spoken in that direction.
Did Mr. Thaçi tell you what concrete steps he took or will take to solve this problem, the detention sites problem, apart from issuing statements?
I don't think that we went that deep into the conversation. It was more that I probably made that the broader point. I mean, that was one of the key features when you asked me before what were those in those acts. I mean, was these detentions and kidnappings that was a lot of a big concern of ours, because that was not just an incident against the individual, that was at the same time also a challenge to us and our mandate. And so in that context, I also probably it was around that authority question, and that I touched upon the detention centers, but the illegal detention centers. But I'm not sure anymore whether we went into operationally and in detail what could be done about it. I don't have any recollection anyone going beyond the statements into those operational details.
Do you know what Mr. Thaçi, or whether Mr. Thaçi did anything apart from issuing statements?
I personally don't.
Thanks. And finally, Mr. Strohmeyer, you told the prosecution, this is again in paragraph 92 of your statement, that, quote, the sustained, if not systematic, campaign against Kosovo Serbs could not have happened without, at the minimum, Mr. Thaçi tacitly condoning it. On the one hand, he was telling us that his local administrations were functioning well. On the other, he would say he could not, or he could do nothing to close detention centers in the towns where his self-established local governments were actually governing, unquote. Do you recall saying this to the prosecution?
Yes, at some point in this in the course, I remember that.
So let me ask you: do you still believe, or do you believe, that Mr. Thaçi knew what was going on in Kosovo? That there was a, I'm using your words now, a sustained, if not systematic, campaign of crimes against the Kosovo Serbs and other minorities, and that he either supported or at least, as you said, condoned this campaign? Is that what you believe, or are we misunderstanding you here?
So the first one is a factual statement. So I believe it was very difficult not to know about this, whether that was Mr. Thaçi or for anyone else. I mean, that's what was happening every day. That's what people were talking about, and even after 2 weeks or 3 weeks, we even knew quite a few people in Pristina and around ourselves, lawyers and others. So we would sometimes sit there, have a coffee, talk about what was happening. It's not as if this was just, we knew this at UNMIK because we had access to KFOR or OSCE information. I mean, everyone knew this. So I assume that this was also known to others, including, I think Mr. Thaçi would or could have known that these things happened. In terms of a systematic and sustained campaign, sustained because it wasn't just whenever there was another 10,000 refugees returning, and then we always think that's a very linear movement, you know. So the moment they came back to Kosovo, they also dispersed into their various communities, and it wasn't that when in those days when there was a big return that then there was an upswing of violence and then it would calm down or cool down. This was sustained in the sense that this lasted for weeks, you know. And when we spoke yesterday about the fact that in November or later that year, these things had died down and were not as frequent anymore. I mean, I have to say, well, you know, a lot of the violence and the expulsions or the withdrawal of the Serbs happened in those first few weeks. You know, I mean, there were probably also not as many Serbs then in Kosovo left in October and November as there were in June or July. And so in that period, sustained in the sense that it was a daily feature, systematic in the sense that I elaborated on before, that it felt that it was not just random acts of violence where a Serb was encountered on their way to the market and then beaten up, but that people, I mean, they told us, I remember now a story where an old woman told us that they knocked on her door and they said, so you have to leave by tomorrow, you know. I remember the driver, as I said yesterday, who took me down to Skopje, who worked for the OSCE or UNMIK, who came from a non-Albanian Muslim minority, and he said, my family has lived here for 350 years. I'm leaving next week myself to Istanbul because they've told us you don't belong here. So you would have a lot of these types of things that led us to believe that this is not just a random thing here or there, that this is systematically going through everyone who was either seen as having been affiliated with or aided and abetted the previous regime, or being Serb, or not wanted for other reasons.
And this is my final question, Mr. Strohmeyer. What made you believe that Mr. Thaçi was condoning these actions against Serbs and other minorities. You have heard yesterday from the defense, and exhibits were shown to you that Mr. Thaçi was giving speeches, or gave speeches, calling for peace, reconciliation, using my words now, and the inclusion of ethnic minorities. What makes you believe that he condoned crimes against minorities, especially Serbs?
I mean, I think what I spoke about yesterday, the enabling environment, for us, there was a perception, and you can see that these calls on Mr. Thaçi continue. They were not just once and then we were satisfied. They were repeated ones. And then I think the last document that I was shown was even a press article in August where General Jackson again was angry and went back. So this continued. And so after a while, you think, okay, so you're doing the right statements, but then the situation on the ground isn't changing. At the same time, he's presenting himself and the leadership to us as the decision makers who speak for the KLA. We have Mr. Čeko, while qualifying it in other circumstances, but in one of the JIC meetings saying we have the organization to control these events, which may or may not have been true. But so for us, there's a clear impression, and that's why we went to Mr. Thaçi. There was an expectation to stop this and at least de-escalate this further, and not only through statements, but by I mean, I don't know what disciplinary actions were existent within the KLA, but exclusion from whatever means there were, but to take some action and report back on that. And that I don't remember happening. So I'm not saying that I have no evidence of any sort that Mr. Thaçi personally incited or called upon or said, well, it's good that this guy was taken out, but jointly with that very strong opposition to that we perceive to on a strong opposition, but this very strong sense that was conveyed to us, this is now, and I'm again paraphrasing because I don't remember the details of these conversations anymore, but this is now the Kosovar space, and that we need to shape. So all of this together created an impression in us that there was one reality expressed in meetings and statements and the politics, while there was another reality allowed, at least, to continue. Whether that is condoning or active incitement, I'm not saying this, but that's why I said yesterday also, at least we felt that there was still sort of an enabling an environment being tolerated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schumann. Nothing further from me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good afternoon, Mr. Witness. Mr. Court Officer, could you bring up P01444? Mr. Strohmeyer, during cross-examination, you were shown a document, which will come up in a minute, dated 21st of June, 1999, and it's signed by Mr. Thaçi and by General Sir Mike Jackson. Now, if we can go to the last page of the document, to the signature page. Just go down a little bit and up a little bit. And here we see that Mr. Thaçi is signing in his capacity as Commander-in-Chief UCK. Now, is that consistent with your understanding of Mr. Thaçi's position at this time?
Your Honor, if I can be honest, I was when this was shown to me, I was surprised that he signed as Commander-in-Chief UGK, because I think I think it is consistent, but the way he presented himself to us was much more as a political leader, as a political head. So but again, we were the UN, we dealt with civilian tasks, so he would not have spoken to Sergio Vieira de Mello in his capacity necessarily as the commander-in-chief of the UGK, because we didn't speak about tactical, operational, military issues that much, but he may have, it may have been much clearer to General Jackson. As I said,
in your dealings with him, or when you were with Mr. de Mello, in what capacity did Mr. Thaçi introduce himself? Did he use a formal title when referring to himself?
Well, I was asked at some point whether he was referred to as Prime Minister or introduced himself. I don't remember that. I don't recall that. To be honest, I don't recall any introduction through titles. And I don't think maybe after one or two meetings that was necessary, because it was clear who and what he represented. He was just the interlocutor, and neither did he say, well, you know, hold on, don't speak to me, speak to someone else, unless it was devolved technical ranks, nor did anyone else say, other than Mr. Rogova and the LDK, as you said, hang on, we cannot speak to Thaçi, we need to speak to three others. It was clear that Mr. Thaçi was on the ground, the key interlocutor, in particular while Mr. Rogova was outside the country.
And could you clarify, how did you understand the relationship between Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Agamcheku on military issues? Who did you understand to be superior to who in respect of command of the KLA?
I mean, again, to be perfectly honest, when I was in that first meeting, I think, which is this is the note of that. No, this is not the training. The first meeting after the day after the undertaking was signed on the 22nd, the first meeting of the JIC. We considered Agim Cheko as the person who we had to deal with on all matters related to the implementation of the undertaking, and therefore for all of these military, so to speak, quote unquote, military matters, operational matters. I don't recall having been told or having had any suggestion that on certain issues we had rather check with Mr. Thaçi. So he seemed to be the plenipotentiary on these matters in those meetings with us.
In your statement, I think you described Mr. Cheku as Chief of Staff of the KLA in your written statement to this court. Did you have a view, apart from looking at this document, as to who the Commander-in-Chief of the KLA was?
Sorry, I don't think it's the chief of. I think it's the. I mean, the title was somewhere. I saw it yesterday somewhere. Maybe the chief of the general staff or whatever it is, something like that, yes, of the KLA. So it was a military title, and for us the head. If I can talk about it in that very untechnical sense, for us the head of the KLA or the UGK was Mr. Thaçi. I mean, there was no. I don't remember doubting that myself or hearing from anyone else, saying, well, it's not him, it's someone else. How exactly the hierarchies were internally, I don't know. And I said yesterday, I never saw, in my recollection, an organigram of the UGK or was briefed on that. The only other recollection I have was in that meeting that we then had, I think, with Sergio Vieira de Mello a few days after the second meeting of the JIC on police matters and so on. We spoke with Mr. Thaçi, he spoke, and then he said, said, for any matters related to the police UGK integration into police forces and so on, you should deal with Mr. Checo. That is, if that expresses a certain rank or sentiment, and that's the only thing I could think of in terms of subordination. But that's it. I never heard either Mr. Checo say, sorry, I don't have the power to decide this. I have to run this by Mr. Thaçi, which is not to say that that wasn't the reality, but I don't recall that. Neither beyond this incident do I remember Mr. Thaçi saying that is not my responsibility, or this person, you cannot speak to him, needs to speak to me because I'm the final decider. For us, it was clear that he was the go-to person for all these matters, and I've also not experienced any situation where we approached Mr. Thaçi on any of those questions of shutting down detention centers or de-escalating the situation and so on, where he would say, well, that's not my responsibility because I'm only responsible for this part of the organization. That is someone else's responsibility.
Just one clarification. When you say he was the go-to person for all these parties, just for the record, clarify who the word he refers to.
Mr. Thaçi.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, witness. You will have to come back again tomorrow at 9 a.m. to finish up. Hopefully we will be completed by noon. Thank you for being with us. Please do not speak with anyone about your testimony, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Anything further from anyone? No. We're adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow.
All right.